866-676-8477 from the Traffic Center. I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SeaWorld has added even more flavor to their summer spectacular by bringing back Band's Brew and Barbecue. Savor mouth-watering recipes from Kansas City, Texas, Memphis, and more. Pair them with refreshing cocktails and ice-cold craft beer. Catch live concerts from award-winning artists and be sure to stay for spectacular Ignite fireworks. Don't miss SeaWorld's Band's Brew and Barbecue every weekend through August 25th. Learn more at SeaWorldOrlando.com. More info and contest rules at realradio.fm/contests.
And now, another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own you-know-what?
Honey, shh. I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app.
The Smart Bunny app?
Like on your phone?
I know what an app is.
For the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Shh.
Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Information Kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-954-3322. 800-954-3322. 800-954-3322.
It's one thing to suffer from allergies as an adult, but it's really tough on kids. Running around with sniffles or stuffy nose during recess or practice. Not to mention it's hard to concentrate in school when you're not feeling well. And then you feel bad because you forgot to give them their allergy meds before they left. All of that can be a thing of the past thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus. They've helped thousands, including children, with their kid-friendly allergy testing and pain-free allergy drops. Schedule your appointment today while the kids are out of school. Go to AspireAllergy.com. That's AspireAllergy.com.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're seeing the unseeable. Using advanced imaging technology, our experts can look deeper into the human body, uncovering the smallest of details that would otherwise go unnoticed, leading to more accurate diagnoses and treatments. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-444-9336. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-9336. That's 800-444-9336. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-444-9336.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Look to Orange Buick GMC for your next truck at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, GREEN, Green, GREEN. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers.
You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Tuesday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. And we do have a booked up program for you this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on what's happening in the world. Deb will do that with woke news. 4 o'clock is What'd You Do That's New. We'll go over my choice, Harry Styles, for the Tiny Desk concert. We'll find out what Deb has to offer. 5 o'clock hour, It's Only Money with our buddy Scott Brown. We'll talk about whether the politics really affects you financially, plus a couple other things as well. Trivia, SeaWorld tickets, and a parking pass on the line. We'll end it up with You Heard It Here First. Your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long, plus 4 opportunities for you to win $1,000. Welcome to the program. I'm Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
Straight ahead producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show, and Twitter just at Jim Colbert Show, and of course all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can click right through. Check us out on our YouTube channel.
Ooh.
Get involved with our question of the day. Give us a like and subscribe while you're there if you do not mind. Green, by the way, is your 3 o'clock keyword, GREEN. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Green, guys, that is your 3 o'clock keyword. Go get that money. Remember, if you're playing the game, phone on, phone up, and answer the damn thing when it rings, regardless of who it may be. If it says the Loch Ness Monster, pick it up. It doesn't matter.
Think of the social media hits.
Get that cash. Green, guys. That's your word. How you doing? Everybody good?
Probably get some of that TMZ money if it's a Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah. I like that TMZ cash. That's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
You mean the real news source? Jeez Louise. Like
they're kind of like the National Enquirer back in the day, right?
No.
You used to laugh at them, and now they're like breaking really big stuff.
I don't think TMZ has ever really kind of been proven horribly wrong.
Well, no, it's just the stuff they report on is this salacious celebrity stuff.
Absolutely.
But it's not news.
And I remember the first time hearing him, it was the arrest of Mel Gibson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was because I remember TMZ. I'm like, TMZ?
I know. And now it's like, wait, what did TMZ say?
But before, you would just kind of shoo that away. But now when you say it, like, what are they?
Well, I would eschew that away, except when it became the National Enquirer again, who busted, then was it Senator John Edwards coming out of the bathroom from seeing his baby mama?
They're like the blind chicken, right? National Enquirer, the blind chicken. Every once in a while, blind chicken is going to get a pice of corn.
Yeah.
You know, if it's just going to keep pecking. Every once in a while, it's going to get some corn.
It'll be like dirt, corn.
Tasty corn.
Oh, man, there's a lot going on out there today. Of course, we are still in the wake of what happened with President Biden stepping aside. I keep saying stepping down, but that's not really what he's doing. Just pretty much leaving his candidacy. Deb, I think you chose a very good day to take the day off.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys.
You and Larry both are news hounds, are you not?
We are.
Larry takes off on the biggest news day of the last 30 years.
The week. He had off all week.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he misses the assassination attempt for news, and, of course, comes into former President Biden basically stepping aside and allowing Kamala Harris to to take his delegate to become the presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party.
And then I do the same thing when she does just that. And I was telling you earlier that when you do news for a living, it's like those are those moments when you're sitting at home on vacation going, damn,
Yeah, you
it's
can't
the
believe
biggest
it.
news story of the year.
You can't believe it. You're like, this is why I don't take vacations.
And then at the same time, you're on your couch on vacation going, damn, yes, I don't have to talk about the biggest news story.
And again, going back to the original big news story, the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, today there's moving news there.
Yes, there is.
We'll talk about that, of course, in Woke News here in a few minutes. But if you haven't heard, Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle has stepped down. I think that was really the only move. And if you saw any of this House, look, this is a bipartisan thing. This is not, somebody picking on somebody. When you listen to that House question her, and of course you're going to have the normal people that are really going to drill it down. But man, the answers were unbelievably unacceptable. They could have asked 4 things and then sent her packing. It would have been it.
That's what I heard. I wasn't able to watch the hearing, but from what I have heard, both sides of the aisle asked some pretty simple, pointed questions and could not get a succinct answer to any of them, to the point where it's like, how have you held this job for 37 years? You're not a newbie who just stepped into this position. This happened under your watch, and you can't answer, 2 weeks after it happened, a single question?
Yeah, she's been with them 37 years.
37 years. I was shocked when I found out how long she's been there.
Yeah, this is gross negligence at the conspiracy level. I mean, and I'm not being facetious there. It is gross negligence at the conspiracy level, where you look at it and go, wow, man, how could that have possibly ever in a billion years happened? Well, how could that ever happen?
And that's how you get conspiracies. When you raise the question, how can something of this magnitude happen? Conspiracies look to tie up loose ends, to answer unanswered questions, and that's when that void is created, that vacuum is created, and the internet steps in to do its thing. Let me fill the void.
I'll autofill right here. That sounds good.
Some of the stories I've been seeing, especially... I don't know what's going on, but at X, that's a scary place right now.
That's why
Twitter place.
I dipped my toe in that pond.
Instagram.
I dipped my toe in that pond with a little Biden joke after the whole thing, and man, I got reminded immediately why I haven't tweeted in months.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're just like immediately coming at you with just the most visceral hate.
Vitriol too. Go ahead, Jack.
Hate.
Oh, good job.
Absolutely terrible
They're like
stuff.
murder hornets.
Yeah. I made this simple joke.
Murder hornets. I think that sums it up
exactly
nicely.
what they come at you like a murder hornet.
I made this simple joke of, look, this is like an old bite dad joke, but I said, somebody tell Joey step down. Just a little funny thing is the news is so big, I felt like you should get out there and these MFers were like immediate.
Oh,
you
yeah.
suck.
You got murder hornet.
Like they just sit there and wait to respond. They don't do anything with their lives. They don't actually create anything or do anything. They just respond to stupid stuff, and that's their product is idiocy. That's it. Oh man, what a world.
Welcome to the internet or social media. Yay.
All right, 407-916-1041. Deb, I'm going to have to make a quick statement on behalf of the radio show, and I hope you do not mind.
Well, let's hear the statement, and then I'll decide.
Yesterday?
Yes.
And I'm not proud of this. This is something I'm not proud of.
Oh,
if I'm just being honest, I'm not proud of this at all. But it happened.
Yeah.
And things like this have to be handled, To maintain integrity, you have to do these things.
Uh-oh. What'd you do?
Yesterday, trivia was tainted and unclean.
No.
Yesterday, trivia was tainted and unclean.
How is it tainted and unclean?
Yesterday,
that's pretty good.
Ironically, with your accent, mangoes.
Tainted and unclean.
The mangoes were. It's National Mango Day.
Tell me it's not the Paisley one.
It's not the Paisley one. That's true. Did you know that the Paisley pattern, that thing that looks like an amoeba, is actually a mango because the Paisley pattern is an Indian pattern?
I did not.
Now you do. Did you know that mangoes are the most popular fruit in the world? Did you know that?
I did not.
And the reason you didn't know that is because it's not true. Bananas are the most popular. And here's what happened. So I do vet these things, but yesterday I was called out immediately for that being untrue, right? So I don't take things like this lightly. So I went online this morning. I forgot to last night. Went online this morning, and did an independent search outside of the search I did yesterday, because the two I did yesterday, oddly enough, did say that mangoes were the most popular fruit in the world. And there's two ways to look at this. The most grown, most popular, most eaten. You got to remember the most eaten.
Well, you have a friend who has a mango farm.
Yeah. So,
how could you not lean on that? By the way,
yeah, you're right, I do.
Cheadle has been with the CIS, the Secret Service, for 27 years.
Yeah, not 32, right? So anyway,
doing the same tainted and unclean.
Yesterday, I said that,
Tainted and unclean.
and that was not true. Bananas are by far, by the way,
really
the most popular fruit in the world. It goes bananas, I think grapes or something like that. Then then apples then mangoes. Mangoes are, I think, number 3 down the line, and it's pretty gross. I mean, like 100 million bananas or something are eaten a day or something. It's some ridiculous number. I almost said bananas number.
I know, but
but anyway,
hope you never make that mistake again.
Yeah, I don't. But so I apologize yesterday. It was tainted and unclean, but true to form, we will admit when we're wrong. And yesterday I was wrong, and I quadruple checked everything today to make sure I can't get called out by these guys on the texting service, who, by the way, base their entire life around doing that. Your entire lives, you sad sons of bitches, every one of you. Every one of your entire lives out there circling around, making sure you catch me doing something wrong.
They are not the most polite people. However, they are miles ahead of the people on Twitter.
Yeah, man, that is.
They're all Mitt Romneys comparatively.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like very, very few positive things on X anymore.
Yeah, no, there's not.
I find myself more on the gram watching Reels or Facebook or even YouTube.
I don't go to Twitter. I mean, again, it's just
I do, because it's still the place to go for breaking stuff. It is.
The president's announcement.
It is.
That's where it was first.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, I just have to hold my nose and still check it out every once in a while.
Yeah, I just have no interest in it. It doesn't really give me anything to really bounce off of. And it it's one after the other of another opinion or something. It's very... I don't want to go to a news source. I have to quadruple check for accuracy, everything. But
I've also seen the things you like to scroll during the commercial breaks. Let's just say they're not too academia.
It's like two people dancing to a song called Abracadabra, which is a German song about some kind of rhubarb pie or something. I don't know. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I teased this a little bit yesterday. I found a cool new music source. I have a difficult time sometimes picking playlists to listen to because I wind up listening to the same thing over and over again. Yeah. I tell myself I'm going to stretch out there. I tell myself I'm going to do these things, but then I wind up listening to the same Depeche Mode record, or I listened to the Beastie Boys the other day, some Public Enemy, some old Smiths or something like that. Sometimes go back to Zeppelin, an old Van Halen or something. And I was like, I got to find a way to break this cycle, and I found it. I'll tell you what that is a little bit later.
All right.
Let's see. We have... Deb's mom has a situation with her chimney that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, let's just say it led to a real fun weekend.
Also, I'm going to ask people out there if you've ever married or dated somebody that your friends hated.
Oh.
Plus a few other things as well. Deb, what do you have for news?
Well, as you had hinted at the beginning of the show, the Secret Service director has resigned her position. Closer to home, and interestingly enough, with us talking about social media, Florida lays out a plan to protect kids from social media. And on the music note, Jack and Jim and listeners, put your thinking caps on. We're going to talk about what are the best album covers of all time.
Oh.
Yeah, give you some time to think about that, because we'll talk about that and more coming up next during Woke News.
You got it. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us again, 77031. You can leave a talkback if you'd like to. Get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio. Once you get it, use that mic to send your comment on down the line. Green is your 3 o'clock keyword, GREEN. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Back with Deb's news right after this.
Real Radio is
The Monsters in the Morning.
This dude, Matt Rife, I think he's an odd-looking dude. I don't find it. Look, he ain't my kind of man. I don't find him attractive.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Authorities have moved that accident off to the right shoulder now on I-4 eastbound before County Road 46A. Expect a bit of congestion in that area. The off-ramp from State Road 408 to State Road 436, that's partially blocked. I believe 2 right lanes are blocked there. And there's an object in the roadway on State Road 429 southbound at Kelly Park Road causing a bit of commotion. If you see traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by DellAir.com. Feel the Dell Air difference. Let Dell Air help you declare energy independence with a new AC system for up to 50% savings on energy bills. Call or visit DellAir.com to book your free estimate and start saving with summer rebates, specials, and interest-free financing.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows opening a small business is a great achievement. They offer custom insurance solutions to fit your needs. Get a quote and find why over 1 million small business owners trust them at thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, one firm for life.com.
We need your help to protect your right to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time's running out. Please text the 2 letters AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month. Text stop to stop. A message from the station.
Another insurance story from
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny Final Expense Insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance. Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind. If you've been in a car accident, you need to know a term. It's called statute of limitations. That means you have 2 years from the time of the accident to actually file a lawsuit if need be. If you don't do that, you're going to lose your rights to the claim. Now, sometimes some lawyers will wait till the last minute to file or contact you with just about a month left saying that they don't know if they want to proceed with your case. Be careful with that. For more information, contact me at whenyouneedus.com or dial #546, office Orlando.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what shall we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Testosterone, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text LION to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text LION to 42424. That's LION to 42424.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Monster Jam. Massive stunts. All-out racing. Crazy skills. Monster Jam. As big as it gets. The fun begins at the pit party, where you can meet the drivers, get autographs, take pictures, and see the trucks up close. Get your $20 pit party pass at monsterjam.com today. Must have valid event ticket to enter pit party. Restrictions may apply. Rules and activities are subject to change. Visit website for event details. Coming to Kia Center August 3rd and 4th.
This is the Jim Colbert Show. Take us with you for free on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, how's it, everyone? Hey, tainted and unclean? Just gotta fact check one more thing, Jim. You had mentioned there was only 2 states that didn't send Olympic athletes, which is not true. It's Maine, West Virginia, North Dakota, and Wyoming to make 4. Just to say,
Not true.
Not tainted and unclean. Left out a couple.
That's not true, dude. That's not true. West Virginia and Maine both have 1 athlete each. I can forward you the story if you'd like from USA Today. My God almighty. That's why I almost didn't do that. The last thing I want is a wave of people going, you know what? I think 1975, I think you were 9 or so.
I think Brett Emmett, though, he tried to do it as politely as possible.
He did. I just,
He
yeah.
did.
All right, 407-916-1041.
Jimmy.
Can I tell you something? That may be the case. All I'm telling you, the story I read yesterday, which is a national news story from a reputable company, said that there was only 1 from West Virginia and 1 from Maine.
Maybe they failed the drug test.
Maybe they said. Maybe they did. All right, 407-916-1041. Green is your 3 o'clock keyword, GREEN. Again, slide over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Jack is right there, and Deb has your news.
And now, it's time for Woke News. It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke on the Jim Colbert Show.
All right, we got to kick Woke News off properly with big ups to my man Slick, who did an entertaining job yesterday from what you guys said in the texting service.
He was wonderful, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm back, so that all goes away.
Oh, I forgot to thank Slick in the thank yous.
Thank you, Slick. We really appreciate it. All right, Deb's back. Woke News brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle has resigned. She faced mounting pressure from both sides of the aisle to step down following the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Cheadle testified before Congress yesterday and provided few details about the event, angering many lawmakers. In a post on X, President Biden thanked Cheadle for her public service. He added that the independent review of the assassination attempt is ongoing. Apparently, the first phase, that first phase takes at least 60 days.
Yeah.
And they're only on day 10.
Yep.
Speaking of President Biden, he will address the nation tomorrow evening from the Oval Office. He made the announcement in a post on X. This will be his first on-camera appearance since he dropped out of the 2024 presidential race on Sunday. Yesterday on the phone, Biden told his campaign workers dropping out was, quote, the right thing to do, end quote. The speech will take place at 8 p.m. Eastern. All right, Vice President Kamala Harris has enough delegates to receive the official Democratic presidential nomination. Democratic National Convention Chair Jamie Harrison told the Today Show that the presidential and VP nominees will have to be settled before the convention because Ohio's ballot deadline is on August 7th.
Yep.
This process is going to be fair, transparent, open, but it's going to be fast. We have designed it to allow our nominees to really hit the measures, to hit the requirements that are necessary to be on the ballot in all 50 states.
On Monday, Harris received a flurry of endorsements and secured over 1,900 delegate endorsements. I believe she needs 1,976. The news came just hours after Harris held her first on-camera campaign event in Delaware, where she told crowds she was ready to take on Donald Trump. Her campaign received over $81 million in contributions in the first 24 hours after President Biden's announcement that he would exit the race. But, Jack, we were talking earlier, and you said it's now up to what?
It was over $100 million in that over the time span, but I think 81 was that first day, the first 24 hours.
Yeah. Well, if Vice President Kamala Harris does secure the Democratic Party's presidential nomination, who should she pick to fill out her ticket? University of Central Florida political science professor Dr. Aubrey Jewett offers his own 2 cents.
All right.
Well, I think she's got several good choices. You know, I would balance the ticket with a male, and I would say probably pick someone from a swing state that you need to win.
Yeah, Harris's presidential campaign has requested vetting materials from several potential running mates, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, outgoing North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, and North Carolina are among the states Harris needs to win in November. All right, in other news, the state of Florida is working on a plan to keep kids off social media.
Okay.
Don't know how this is going to work, but Attorney General Ashley Moody released a list of ways officials plan to enforce a new state law that's designed to prevent children under the age of 16 from creating their own social media accounts. The measure would also ban minors from having access to online pornography sites.
Okay.
Of course, that would also mean that it would most likely those sites would shut down even for adults in the state of Florida because, as we all know, online, all they can do is say, "Are you 18?"
Right, that's it. Yeah,
There is no age verification.
Everybody's pretty honest about it, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Boobs make you dishonest.
One of the 3 proposed rules states that a willful disregard of a person's age is a reckless violation of the state restrictions. A hearing could take place before the rules are finalized and make it hopefully a little less confusing. All right.
No, sorry. Sorry, you called me mid-yawn. My apologies.
Slick! Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez is due in court later this year. Following public records allegations, state prosecutors have issued a civil citation against the sheriff, accusing him of publishing a photo on his personal Instagram that depicted the body of 13-year-old Madeline Soto.
Oh, man.
Authorities say the post happened shortly after the missing teen was found dead near St. Cloud back in March. I believe it was like a day later.
Yeah, I remember that because I came completely unglued because of this.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, Lopez is not accused of intentionally releasing the image. The question is, it was some press release, I believe, about a seniors event where he was trying to take photos off his phone of this event to promote that and ended up inadvertently including this photo.
Now, you can do that, and that's not too hard. When you are selecting photos and you're just tapping the ones that you're putting the check mark on, you can easily tap the wrong one. I think, Jimmy, you at the time, you raised the question of why is that the same device that you are taking crime scene photos?
Yes.
Yeah, why is that on your personal phone?
Yes, exactly. That's the creepy part. That should not be in the same file as photos from your successful senior event.
I think these guys share that stuff all the time.
Yeah,
I have no doubt.
Without question.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Well, a hearing could take place before the rules are finalized. Or actually, Sheriff Lopez has agreed to appear in court on December 20th. He's facing a fine of up to $500. You're not happy with that?
No, I'm not. Unfortunately, and I understand it could have been an accident. It's so egregious. I think that you have to make an example out of somebody like this. Unfortunately, and look, I am a law enforcement guy, but look, man, that's somebody's daughter. You got a greater responsibility there. On my part, you can't make an error like that. You can make errors. You can do silly stuff, but man. You're talking about the death of somebody's child. You're talking about, like, it is so egregiously bad.
And plus, we know once those things make it onto social media and the internet, all someone needs is a screenshot and it lives on forever. All right, this November, Floridians will be voting on Amendment 3, which would legalize recreational marijuana for adults 21 years and older. Governor Ron DeSantis today told law enforcement at the Florida Sheriff's Association Summer Conference, which took place in Orlando this morning, that if it passes, people are going to be lighting up everywhere.
Someone said, well, I don't really like it, but I'll just tell people you can't do it in my restaurant or in my hotel. I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think this is written so broadly with no limitations. You're going to strip somebody of this broad constitutional right? It gets dicey.
DeSantis says if Florida voters pass Amendment 3, the right for marijuana use will be a broader right than your First Amendment right to free speech and your Second Amendment right to bear arms. All right, police across Central Florida, this is important to keep in mind. Do you guys realize they're already talking about back to school?
Oh, please.
I can't. I mean, I know I say it every year.
Stuff in Lowe's already,
I know,
and all
but
the
that's
stores.
Different.
No, but we have to, just like the last call event coming, and we are part of the Backpack Brigade. We are.
Yes.
It's time to collect back to school supplies. So if you're collecting back to school supplies, you got to be talking back to school.
You do, but not only that, if you're on your way to the office in the morning and you're thinking, I don't have to worry about kids and school buses, that's a month or so away.
A little less.
Yeah.
It's mid-August for Florida, right?
I think at the school that I drive by every day, it's August 17th is their first day of school. Can't believe it.
And the one thing I did read this week is the test schools for the year-round.
Yeah, that just started
back, I think, Monday. Started yesterday.
Yep.
So but it's elementary school, so we won't see any riots quite yet.
I don't know, Jimmy.
You don't do that to middle school kids in this state.
Yeah, no doubt.
You just don't do it.
Well, be aware when you're driving into work in the morning because police across Central Florida are taking part in a back-to-school safety campaign in preparation for the return of students next month. All right, it's called Operation Best Foot Forward. It kicked off earlier today as a way to make sure drivers are safe around crosswalks, especially ones that are close to schools. Now, law enforcement is going to focus on select areas over the next week and a half. People who don't yield to pedestrians will face fines of at least $164. And I always bring this up because I was always one of those people who believed a person had to be in the crosswalk in order for you by law to have to stop. Obviously, you're not going to hit a pedestrian. It turns out they just have to be standing on the side of the sidewalk waiting to cross.
That's
How far away?
No, right there.
What's the game plan?
No, it's right there.
So if they're a step away and they're going you can still go.
You look at it like a doorway is what I hear. You look at it like a doorway. If you're standing in that doorway and you were to drive by and see somebody standing in a doorway, they might as well be in the middle of the road.
And
Same thing.
And these are not going to be officers in their uniforms. They're going to be wearing plain clothes. They're going to look like a parent or a teacher that might be walking by the school, but they're going to have a buddy up the road a little bit with a radar gun and a radio.
It's going to be nasty for you.
Waiting to pop you. So just keep that in mind for the next week and a half in select areas. All right, did you guys hear about that crazy story out of Miami? The airport attack?
No.
Okay. We all know that, you hear stories about homeless people who are experiencing homeless risks.
A majority of those people are mentally ill or addicted. So, yes.
Living in the airport.
Yes.
Well, after a violent attack, an effort is now underway to move the homeless out of Miami International Airport. A 29-year-old homeless man allegedly stabbed a homeless 17-year-old transgender girl Saturday at Terminal J before trying to throw her off a balcony. She's in critical condition after being stabbed 18 times. Ooh. Now, the Miami-Dade Homeless Trust has announced a plan to find housing for those living at the airport. Chairman Rod Book said yesterday outreach workers are now going to go to the airport to persuade homeless people to find shelter elsewhere.
Persuade them?
Yeah, exactly.
Like ask them kindly?
Yeah, do you mind?
How about just march them to the door?
He tells CBS News Miami he believes in the next 2 years, this will be the first urban community in the country to end unhoused homelessness. Meanwhile, the suspect was in court yesterday. He was denied bond. He's charged with attempted murder.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, over on the Gulf Coast, the FAA is investigating a scary incident on a flight to Tampa. The Southwest Airlines flight rapidly descended last week near Tampa International Airport. That's not the part that bothers me, though.
The rapid descent is not the bad part, okay?
No.
It gets worse than rapid descent. Hit me.
The FAA says the plane dropped over 1,500 feet in a little over a minute.
Okay, that's not terrible.
The plane wound up just coming 150 feet from the bay. Once air traffic control told the pilot they were too low. Are you there?
Hey, look down, dude.
Yeah.
It's right there.
It's right there.
Yeah.
The plane ascended by about 1,000 feet. No injuries were reported. Southwest says it's in contact with the FAA to understand and address any irregularities.
Yeah. Unreal.
What's that sound?
That's my butthole shutting down. That's what that is.
That's everybody shutting down.
That's a sound of me becoming airtight. Is what that is.
It was in a storm, but they say there are a lot of warnings that would trigger to alert the pilots. That,
I know. That's what bothers me.
You're too low.
I don't want to have to hear that air traffic control has to get involved with your pilot to go, hey, are you aware?
Look, man, there's obviously YouTube video of people who've been in planes who have had these rapid descents before. I mean, like alarms and honking horns and all kinds of stuff goes off.
Face masks come out of the ceiling. It's terrible. All right, well, closer to home, a crucial piece of equipment designed to help send humans on a trip around the moon is finally here in Central Florida Space Coast. The core stage booster for NASA's Space Launch System rocket arrived by barge to Brevard County earlier today. The machinery started its 900-mile journey from New Orleans last week. You know, hanging out, having a little drink before it goes out of town.
Sure, a little Sazerac.
Yeah, it's currently docked at the Kennedy Space Center, but is expected to move to an assembly building tomorrow. The stage booster is part of the upcoming Artemis II mission, which is scheduled to launch from Cape Canaveral no earlier than September of next year. All right, Magic fans, you can pay your respects to the man who helped bring the NBA to Orlando. Pat Williams' family announced yesterday his celebration of life will be open to the public. It's set for Friday at 3 at First Baptist Church on South John Young Parkway. The service will also be live streamed. Williams died last Wednesday at the age of 84.
Yeah. Brandon talked about him a lot yesterday. So
Did he
met
really?
him over the years, and he was a cool guy.
All right, well, speaking of athletes, I know this name first comes to mind when you hear the Olympics. Of course, it's only natural. But if you haven't heard, Snoop Dogg will be one of the final bearers of the Olympic torch.
1, 2, 3 into the 4. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door.
Now, my question is, what is he going to light with that torch once he puts it in place?
Wouldn't that be?
Wouldn't that just be?
How about instead of a torch, it's just a giant hog jay? It's not really a torch at all. He just puts a tiara around a giant joint, like clown
Baseball
joint.
joint.
In Paris?
Yes.
Snoop is doing it?
Yes, the mayor of the small Paris suburb, Saint-Denis, announced the rapper's participation in a post on X. The suburb is where the Stade de France Olympic Stadium is located. Snoop Dogg will be part of NBC's coverage of the Olympics. Oh, this gets better every
love
day.
it.
Well, he did. I remember last Olympics, him and I think it was...
was it Kevin Hart. I thought he did some stuff with Barkley too, but I could be wrong there.
He might. I think they were kind of rolling through different people, but kind of like a late night kind of talk show about it.
Well, we know that Jack is looking forward to the opening ceremony because that's going to be taking place at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Friday. And then finally, Rolling Stone is out with its list of the 100 best album covers of all time.
You're asking me what number one is?
Yeah.
Did you find it yet? I can already find it.
I did.
What do you think it is, Jack?
Ooh, number one, I think it's Wayne Cochran.
That's very good.
Going
I love
back
that.
to Miami.
I love that. What a great choice.
I can even show you what that one looks like.
I am going to go with, I think, the most iconic album
There's
cover.
Wayne.
Oh, my God almighty. That is so good.
Let me see.
Just look at your screen.
It's a great song. It's a rocking song, but
going back to
that hair is that's something else.
I think it has to be because of the iconic album itself, and I believe this is maybe one of the most famous rock and roll T-shirts of all time. It has to be "Dark Side of the Moon" by Pink Floyd.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so coming in at number 5 is Brooklyn native, the Notorious B.I.G. with his debut album "Ready to Die" from 1994, which features an infant on the cover.
Okay.
In 4th place was Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon.
Was it really? Then I can
Yes.
change mine. I know what it is now for sure.
Nirvana?
Nirvana's Nevermind.
Followed by Sly and the Family Stones. There's a riot going on.
All right.
In 2nd place is the Beatles' Abbey Road.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Then walking across the...
Yeah, of course, which to the day has people stopping traffic to try and duplicate, right?
Yeah.
Even now in 2024.
Just saw it recently. I think Angelique was just over there from the Monsters in the Morning, and she did it or whatever.
Of course, everybody does it, right? And then coming in 1st place
What do you got?
Was Joy Division's Unknown Pleasures, featuring a black and white image of a pulsar.
Really?
That's what, according to Rolling Stone.
Wow. Well, Rolling Stone's terrible, but hold on. Joy Division. What's the name of the album?
It's called Unknown Pleasures from Joy Division.
Oh, wow.
Joy Division's Unknown Pleasures.
Wow, really? That is?
That's what they say is the #1 album cover out of 100. Even over Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah, that sounds, again, this is like one of those things that Rolling Stone does to drive my blood pressure up because of how dumb it is. That's exactly what this is the dumbest thing ever. That is the least iconic album cover I've ever seen in my entire life. And you know why I say that? It's the first time I've ever seen that album cover in my entire GD life.
I have seen it before, but it doesn't stick like...
No.
I mean,
you wouldn't even have thought of that.
The other 4 in the top 5.
I can name 100 more.
Like the fact that Nirvana's didn't even make the top 5 is like, what?
Yeah, that's insane.
But either way, I'm glad I came back just to piss you off,
you
Jimmy.
You did a fine job of it.
Now you all are officially woke.
Thank you. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. The box office, I think I can say, is officially back, and I'll tell you why next.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio, at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by Gringos Locos and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Ken, and Mike. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your Tuesday forecast. And today will be another hot and humid day across Central Florida with a high of around 94 degrees in Orlando with feels like temperatures in the low 100s. We'll expect about a 60 to 70% chance of some afternoon showers and thunderstorms as well. Much of the Saharan dust will be on the way out, and it will be gradually thinning out as we head into this afternoon and evening, turning much clearer for Wednesday. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Direct Auto. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With savings of up to 25%, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Savings based on discounts can vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. If you ask anybody who's experienced LASIK surgery, they'll tell you it's the best thing they ever did. Here's the only problem. Most people would say, I probably should have done this like 10 years ago. And the reason why is because the results are amazing. Your life changes virtually overnight. That's exactly what happened to my father-in-law and for my son. And it's about to happen for my wife as well. All three going in for the surgery. And let me tell you, my father-in-law, it was like an epiphany moment in his life. He could not believe the difference in his everyday life simply by getting this LASIK surgery at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Make your appointment today. Here's why. Free LASIK consultations right now. Text 1041 to 868686 and start your journey to better vision. Do that with the Filatowski Eye Institute. These guys have all of the possible experience you want. 65,000 LASIK procedures. They use the latest state-of-the-art tech that gives you the best results every single time. And if finances is a concern, don't worry there either. They have 24-month interest-free financing available. Again, make that appointment today. Change your life. Text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Being careful these days with your budget doesn't mean you have to settle for inferior quality jewelry at a mall store.
If you're used to shopping in malls and never been into an IDC before, I want to personally invite you in.
International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
We've got something for everybody. It doesn't matter your budget. It doesn't matter if you need financing. We'll make it happen.
As a manufacturing jeweler, IDC is able to cut out the middleman.
Our diamond bracelets, we buy the bracelet, we buy the diamonds, we assemble it. Our diamond bands, we buy the mounting, we buy the diamonds, we assemble it. So you're cutting out all that 40% that's in the middle for these manufacturers.
And that's for superior quality jewelry with free service for life.
When you come into IDC, you're going to get better quality for less, period.
International Diamond Center.
The one thing I'll guarantee you is you will make a big financial mistake if you don't shop IDC.
4 Orlando locations, or visit us online at shopidc.com.
I had a radio listener call me after an accident. The insurance company offered him $700. Clients may not obtain same or similar results. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
Hey, Cam, mind sending me over our new Wi-Fi password?
Oh, sorry, Mitch, you can't be trusted. What? It's your phone. It's different than mine.
Cam! And I thought I was a judgy one.
No, it's just messages between different devices aren't encrypted.
Okay. Since when do you know about encryption?
I know what encryption is, and it's because I'm the last line of defense against any would-be Wi-Fi thieves.
Cam, come on.
Okay, fine. I'll send it somewhere more private.
Thank you.
Safely send messages between different devices on WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-954-3322, 800-954-3322, 800-954-3322.
Get into summer with iHeart 80s. iHeart 80s goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart 80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
At work, just pretend you're on a Zoom call with us. Your mic is off. Your mic is off. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
What up, guys? Sport from Duval.
Duval.
Speaking of tainted and unclean, Rolling Stone. Hey, doofuses. That is not the most popular album cover in history. I've never seen it. I have never seen that album cover. It's the Beatles or it's Nirvana. End of story. You have been tainted and unclean. Rolling Stone magazine.
Yeah, they're a joke. They do this stuff all the time. They'll do the best guitarists, the best drummers, and it's always, some band you've never heard of. They have like 2 albums, and they'll put that person. They're just trying to drum up controversy. That's why they've got no credibility anymore. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 3 o'clock keyword is green. GREEN. Slide over to realradio.fm and send it off for your chance at $1,000.
Get you some green.
I am Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. So box office has been absolutely rolling since that
Inside Out 2.
Inside Out 2, and then Despicable Me 4?
Yes.
And then now we've had another massive box office weekend with Twisters the Glenn Powell movie. Did you guys see how much it made this weekend?
I did not. They were expecting it to make anywhere between 50 to 60 million, but I thought that was a pretty low estimate.
Yeah, they'll kick that. I thought it was 80.
Yeah, $80.5 million for one weekend. I think that's a pretty good indication. I remember back in the day when COVID was still kind of touch and go, that you'd have a weekend for a big movie, it'd do 50, 60 million. You're like, yes, it's finally back. And then the next weekend, the entire combined box office would be like 10 million.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And it was like that for quite a while. But man, we've had a pretty good summer here at the box office. And I think finally people have kind of reacclimated themselves to going back out. I mean, watching movies at home is great. There's nothing wrong with that. But you just don't get it's not the same experience. Even seeing a bad movie like that Long Legs movie I just saw, it was a bad movie. Poorly made. The story was kind of weak. But in that same sense, it was a movie on the big screen with big screen sound.
Oh, just like the way you'd probably want to see Twisters.
Sure, yeah. You want to see it on a big screen with a good sound. Did you hear anything about it? I heard it was okay.
I actually heard some positive things about it, and both sources that I heard good things about it also were really big fans of the original.
Yes, really.
Okay.
And I remember the original. I didn't think it was that memorable. It was a movie about tornadoes. But I mean, and this was the New York Times movie critic saying that they were a big. It's one of they say the original is one they always watch and don't turn off, and we're pleasantly surprised that went in it really suspecting that it wasn't going to be great and really enjoyed it.
What's weird is I wonder how much more that movie kind of solidified itself in our psyche because of the ride.
Yeah,
because of
For us here in Central Florida, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, you look at the movies that were really kind of what's the word I'm looking for with what the parks did to those movies in those short period of times, like Jaws. Like this movie,
the iconic ones.
Yeah, they have that. It kind of solidifies them in that it gives them a different
blockbuster.
It gives them a different provenance of moviedom if you're featured as a ride in a theme park, I believe.
Also, don't forget Deadpool comes out this Friday.
Yeah, that's going to be a crusher.
Highly anticipated.
That thing's going to make a whole bunch. Have you seen any of the pressers? Man, they're doing a lot for this movie. They really are. I mean, Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds are out there everywhere doing all kinds of cooking shows.
Oh, wow.
I mean, they're doing cooking shows to promote this. I just saw them with Chef Ramsay. Wow. So, I mean, they're doing a bunch, and this thing is going to be a crusher. It should do 100 million plus, maybe 120.
I watched the first one again.
Yeah. It's
over the past weekend. Yeah. It was good. No, I like it. The idea was to have my wife watch it,
right?
So she would consider going to the movie to see the.
And she can't
Wolverine.
find anything redeeming about it, fun at all.
I forgot to ask her about it because she fell asleep, and I didn't talk to her after it.
Oh,
how could you fall asleep during Deadpool? Every single scene has 9 jokes in it that are killers.
I got this one recliner.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
You get in this recliner,
you got no chance.
It's over.
Game over.
Yeah, I had to stop sitting in it because I was falling asleep.
Oh, really?
That's a good recliner.
Yeah, that is a good. That's why I don't have those things anymore.
Really?
I got to tell you,
do that dad snort where you wake yourself up.
I had one until I got married, and when I got married, my wife says, she looks at me and she goes, "I love you."
Yeah,
I do. I love you as much as I've loved anything in my entire life. No recliners. She didn't want to see me whittle away or while away while buried in some fluffy reclining chair. And thank God she did that because that's exactly what I would have done.
Oh, I love those things.
Yeah. It was the good. And then now they're now they have coolers in them.
Oh, remote controls.
Oh, yeah. Cool boxes, snack stuff.
And let's be honest, that's the other part of going to see a movie that's really cool is you get those big chairs, stadium seats that slide out and slide back and big cup holders. And
what's funny, though, is if you're a 15-year-old at heart like I am, every time you go to recline those chairs, it sounds like it's farting because it's leather against leather.
Oh, my.
There's nothing better than an entire farting theater.
And the worst, so in a movie theater during the movie, it's okay, I got to go to the bathroom. All right, boom, you do it. That Dolby sound is pretty much covering you, right? Maybe a couple people around you can hear it. So what movie was I at? Let's call it A Quiet Place.
Oh,
ironically.
No.
And it's a quiet theater in a quiet place. And I'm like, all right, I'm picking my time. I'm looking, I go, this looks like a good scene. And I just move that chair forward, and it just goes.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, God.
We were laughing.
Sorry, guys, it was the butter on the popcorn.
We were laughing like 4-year-olds because we got to that. Every theater now has a bar. I don't know if you guys know that. Like every theater has a place because my wife and I were like, because we moved to a new area, we weren't familiar with the theaters. We're like, coin flip, is this theater going to have a bar? Because we were out at dinner, did not really have time to get that drink we really wanted before the programs. Before the movie, so we slid in the right. I'm like, not only do they have one, of all the people in the bar, I think 50 of them were at this bar getting drunk before this movie. But yeah, it was nice. You drink in the theater?
No,
you don't take a. You don't
just
get a beer.
Soda.
I even stopped doing that. Hence the having to go to the bathroom to pee.
See, I get it. Just use the cup.
I the funny thing, it is kind of weird. It's because you're so used to having popcorn and a soda to have a beer in the theater and not be in your house.
Right.
It's kind of an odd thing, but I think I'm going to get used to it.
Oh, I think it feels kind of naughty.
Yeah, all right, very good. Does it really?
Doesn't it? Feels like, I'm getting away with something.
All right, and I hate this more than anything. We were in the theater. There was like
teenagers.
No.
Oh.
We were 2 of 15 people in the entire theater, and the 2 other people that walked in sat right beside us.
Oh,
it always happens. Well,
they're like, "This is the chairs we bought." I'm like, "Yeah, I get it, but there's nobody else in the theater. Move."
Yeah, when you were looking at the map, all the other seats were orange.
Exactly. So
why are you picking the ones that were blue?
Move over. It looks weird.
That's creepy.
Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Got a freshie for you.
Freshie.
Right after this. Plus, we'll do What'd You Do That's New. We'll find out what you guys thought about my choice. And, of course, we'll find out what Deb has to offer next week.
Well, maybe.
Casino passes for the 2024 Just Call Mo Real Radio Celebrity Poker Tournament are still available. Go to realradio.fm/poker for more info.
Things remain heavy on I-4 eastbound this afternoon due to a crash now blocking the left shoulder at US 27. Still seeing delays east and westbound on the interstate between the Beach Line and 535. Looking at accident activity now on 192 at Parton Settlement Road. If you see other traffic problems, just make sure to call the traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Osceola County.
Want to give your child a learning experience that's free, fun, and gets them ready for the future? The voluntary pre-kindergarten program is your answer. It's available at no cost to any 4-year-old child residing in the state of Florida. Visit our website at elcosceola.org. That's elcosceola.org.
Guys, let me tell you something. If you want a new bathroom, Rebath of Mid-Florida is here to help you out with gorgeous products, an incredible installation, and they do all of this in just 4 to 6 days. Even better, guys, they do it with their team. That means you'll see the same team of people installing your bathroom every day until the job is done. Then when they leave, they give you a lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. Even better, if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, take all of that and upgrade that with $800 in free upgrades. Use that how you will. Floating shower door, maybe some upgraded fixtures or tile or lighting. They have you covered. And guys, when we talk about design and when we talk about products, the great thing about Rebath is you don't have to worry about anything. These guys, not only do they have beautiful products and multiple choices of everything, they have an incredible design team to help you put that all together to come up with the bathroom of your dreams. I suggest sliding over to the website, look and see what they've actually done for people, including our buddy Daryl Payne from Paw Affection Dog Training. Killed it for him. They can do the same thing for you. Hop on the website, book your appointment, tell them you heard them from the Jim Colbert Show, and enjoy your new bathroom. It's Rebath, midfla.com.
Summer is here.
Things are heating up. Literally.
Need help paying that AC bill? Well, Real Radio is giving you a chance to win $1,000 by putting $1,000 in your hand. You know the deal with our national contest. We'll give you a keyword at the top of every hour from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and all you have to do is enter it on our website at realradio.fm for your chance to win. 13 chances every weekday, blah, blah, blah. We want you to win, so if you get a call, make sure you answer your phone, because that's the key to winning. This contest is brought to you locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny final expense insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your Insurance Super App. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Hit a home run with Jeremiah's tasty frozen treats. Introducing Jeremiah's new Batter Up series layered with brownie batter Italian ice. Try these 3 new treats, including brownie a la mode, hey batter batter, and double fudge brownie. It's a lineup that hits it out of the park. Hop over to jeremiahsice.com today and find your nearest sweet spot and indulge in the ultimate brownie experience. Hit a home run with Jeremiah's tasty frozen treats. Find your nearest sweet spot at jeremiahsice.com.
With 3 generations and over 45 years of Florida experience, Handyman Roofing knows storms and hurricanes. We know how to evaluate storm-damaged roofs and not cause more damage. Handyman Roofing has the expertise to get your roof done. Plus, easy financing in case your insurance company is dragging its feet. With multiple emergency response teams ready, Handyman Roofing will be by your side now when you need it the most.
Knows how to get things done. Count on Handyman Roofing to get it done. Handyman Roofing to get it done.
This July, celebrate America's independence with a fresh view from Renewal by Andersen. Hi, this is Chelsea. Right now, buy any 4 windows or patio doors and get the 5th free. Plus, enjoy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 18 months. Our custom-built, energy-efficient windows and doors will enhance the beauty and value of your home. Visit rbafla.com to schedule your complimentary design consultation. Renewal by Andersen, official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Restrictions apply. License number CGC 1527613. Visit rbafla.com for details.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
I'm Katie. I was in a bad car accident. I woke up in the hospital 6 weeks later. My husband called attorney Glenn Klotzman. I met with Glenn. He said he would take care of everything, just keep healing. I feel blessed he was there to help. I'm doing well. I'm so thankful Glenn Klotzman was there for us. The results he got for us were way more than expected. He's more than an attorney. He's a friend. Call him at 407-917-1718. KLAUSMAN law.com. Office Winter Park.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bonus. 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 That's bonus. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Hey, so yeah, one of the things that really gets me is when there's an entire theater of open seats and someone sits next to me. But the thing that really gets me more so is when you sit next to a smacker, meaning someone that smacks while they eat.
Oh, God.
I cannot stand that.
I think all movies should have an intermission, especially if they're 2 hours or longer. I don't want to sound like an old person here, but I spend $30, sometimes $40 on tickets for my wife and I to go see a movie. Plus, then I spend another $30 on a round of drinks, and that's not even counting if we get some kind of snack. I would love a 5 or 10 minute intermission so I can take a quick pee-pee.
I love watching that guy regress to 5 years old within the phone call link. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Bonus, by the way, is your 4 o'clock keyword, BONUS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away. Maybe you can win that $1,000. Remember, you're playing a game. Turn your phone on, turn it up, and you got to pick it up when it rings, man. I don't care who it is.
Could be Cleveland. Could say restricted.
Yeah, it could be anything. You got to pick the damn thing up. That's how they tell you you've won.
Only have to wait an hour.
Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Hi there.
Let's do what you do that's new.
What'd you do that's new? What'd you do that's new? Hey, if we only knew something new to do, we're relying on you. Tell us something new brought to you by Clausman Law.
Clausman Law, KLAUSMAN Law.com. Offices right there in Winter Park. 407-917-1718. Car crash. Call Clausman. We'll talk to Glenn on Thursday for Colbert Court. What'd you do that's new? Every Tuesday at 4 o'clock. One of the members of the show will choose something for the other members to watch, read, or listen to. We will do that and then convene that next Tuesday, go over it, and then move on to the next member. This week is my choice, and then we'll move on and find out what Deb has to offer for us for next week. All right, guys, here's what I gave you. I was tooling around. I love music as much as I love any form of art. Maybe my favorite form of art is music. And I like all kinds. I am not a guy who gets stuck into one genre. I do have my likes and preferences that seem to fit my personality the most, but I am as open-minded as anybody can get when it comes to listening to music. I listen to classical, I listen to hip-hop, I listen to some country music, I listen to oldies, I listen to new wave, I listen to everything I possibly can to get an idea of what's being written about and the styles of music this day, right? There are certain people that come across my radar that I'll be like, okay, well, I mean, I know that person's talented, but it doesn't seem to kind of match my personality, so I'll scoot forward. But with saying that, one of my favorite ways to consume music is the Tiny Desk series of concerts via NPR, which is National Public Radio. What they do is they have this little room and they invite big time artists to come in and do a short set, usually under 30 minutes, and no more than usually 4 or 5 songs. They'll tell a little story behind the song, and then off they go. Pretty lo-fi as well. Most of these are unelectrified. They are acoustic, but not all. They have some powered instruments occasionally, keyboards, guitars, whatnot. And I just so happened to stumble across this week's, and it was Harry Styles. He was the lead singer, I believe, is it One Direction?
I believe that's it.
Yeah, One Direction, which is the British boy band from years ago, and went off on his own, like the talented ones do, and formed his own career. And the guy blew up. I mean, he's a premier performer, singer, songwriter. And I was like, you know what? There's a lot of fervor around this guy.
Right.
I've only heard a few bars of his songs. Let me listen to it, right? Let me see if the hype is valued, right? If he actually is any good, because when you go to that thing, it will tell you the story of it pretty quick. If you can sing, if you can perform,
oh yeah,
you will be showcased in this environment. But if you cannot, you will be also showcased in this environment. I thought it was pretty amazing, actually, so much so that I chose it to give you guys. I think it was only 3 or 4 songs.
4 songs.
So what did you guys think?
I enjoyed it. I was actually surprised after it was over to learn this was 2020.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason,
wow.
For some reason, I thought it was recent.
No,
then I ended up looking at something else, and I watched another interview in the same time frame, and then caught the date, and I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, it made me actually click on something else. Harry Styles is interesting. His hit Watermelon Sugar. I like that song. It's got a cool groove. I like the performance of that, and also Adore You was the other song, which he even said this is similar to that.
Yeah.
And I dug that as well. What I really liked about the Adore You song, his lead guitarist had a cool sound on his guitar, and there was a female guitarist who was also doing background singing, did a lot of singing on that. That was, I really enjoyed that song. So other than that, he's an interesting bird. I don't know. I've heard a lot of weird things about him, but you can't deny he kind of dresses his own way.
Love the ducky.
Love the ducky.
It's very. He dresses kind of effeminate.
Without a doubt.
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes wearing pearls. So he was on Howard, I guess on this same tour, and it was like definitely
almost like a blouse.
Exactly. Yeah.
He wears like a blouse. He also wears these jumpers like from the 70s that you see like Charlie's Angels wearing.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. It's special
So
for sure.
he's definitely a trendsetter, and we know how you feel about that.
Yeah, but the quality of his voice, I thought was tonally, I thought it was pretty darn good, man.
Yeah, he's got to where he is. As you said, as you mentioned, the cream rises out of the boy band, and he seems to really be the one forging the biggest career.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, and I thought you would like it because you have young girls.
Yeah.
Who would listen to this stuff. So I thought you could have been exposed to it. Deb's opinion was the one I was really kind of looking forward to because I wouldn't think that you would cross a Harry Styles train track very often.
No.
And I thought this would be kind of new for you.
It was, and it was wonderful because, of course, everybody knew Watermelon Sugar High.
Right, yeah.
The thing I love about the song Adore You is that he wrote that for his fish. I thought that was really sweet.
Was it a true story?
It was. He said he had a really cool fish.
I was kind of wondering. I'm like, all right, is he pulling our leg?
Yeah, I got to tell you, when he said he wrote it for a fish, I kind of thought he was effing with the audience a little bit, and it kind of seemed at the very end of that statement, he kind of retooled it to believe that it was like another song about young love.
Nope.
But it could be about a fish.
It was about his really cool fish. But the other thing that was really impressive is, like you said, this strips everything down. So if you have to have backup tracks or you have to be auto-tuned at all, these small desk concerts are not going to be for you and that was the thing that was the most impressive was the musicality of not just Harry Styles, but those young musicians backing him up. They had such a wide range of instruments they could play. The girl that was doing percussion was amazing. The one doing background vocals and singing, actually all three of them. So I was really impressed with the musicality of the whole thing.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I actually listened to it again coming in today after hearing it the other day for the first time. I listened to it again, and I was like, man, this is very cool. And by the way, I mean, if you haven't experienced the Tiny Desk series of concerts, you can YouTube them and see everybody from, I mean, and they have everybody. I mean, everybody from, who is the one really out there rapper? Really out there. God, why did I even bring him up if I can't remember his name?
Because there's a few.
Lil Nas X.
It's not Lil Nas X. He's out there. Well, he's out there for a different reason. Tyler, the Creator.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler, the Creators is amazing. I'm telling you, the hip hop performances are amazing.
I bet if you have the talent, this is going to showcase it.
I mean, who did Back That Ass Up? Who did that? Back That Ass Up.
There's a Google.
Yeah, I know, but who was it? God, not Genuine.
No, Genuine.
Because he was part of
Pony.
the New Orleans thing. He was part of the Lil Wayne thing at first.
Juvenile,
that's it. Juveniles was good. I mean, all of them are.
He played just okay.
Yeah. But it was good, man. But the cool thing is you see it really stripped down. Taylor Swift was awesome as well.
Yeah.
They do a little storytelling. You kind of get an idea of their personality a little bit, which is rare. But very cool.
It's funny. I clicked on the Taylor Swift one after I watched this because through the Harry Styles one, you're always watching them. He's talking to an audience. You hear the audience, but you're like, okay, how big is this office? How big is this place?
Sounds like about 25 people.
You'd think. And then I watched the beginning of the Taylor Swift one. As she walks up, they showed from behind her. And it's almost like it's really long and narrow, and it looked like they had 100 people squeezed in there. Yeah. So that was interesting.
Well, you could hear during his comments when some of the crowd would laugh. I mean, you could get an idea. It was just crammed full with girls from the age of like 16 to 20. Just absolutely wall to wall like sardines in there. But I thought it was pretty good. Check it out. It's the Harry Styles on Tiny Desk at NPR, and I would suggest you tool around in that world there because there's some pretty cool musical performances you've probably never seen, and they're very clean and a lot of fun. Plus, you get a little personality peek at the artist while they're doing it.
And we have a direct link on our website at jimcolbertlive.com. You click on What You Do That's New. The link is right there.
Yeah, it goes right through to it, and you can check it out. What do you have for us, Deborah?
What I have is a page from the Book of Jimmy, which says, I have an idea of what I'm going to give you, but it's going to come tomorrow. Comedy from Akash Singh. I'm just trying to decide which video I want to pick.
You got it. All right, we'll get a closer look at that tomorrow, and then you can give it to us.
Karen you know, there's so many choices.
You figure it out. Do it. Can you get it by the end of the day, maybe? Or not? All right, do your best. All right. 407-916.
I need something to listen to on the drive home.
Yeah. 1041. Text us at 77031. What do I have here? Oh, I told you, since we're talking about music, since I'll go back to the beginning of the show, I told you guys that when I look to listen to something, I've had a very difficult time kind of breaking out of that pattern of listening to music. And I found something, and I force myself to do something that I never, ever, ever do. And I'll tell you exactly what this source is and what I force myself to do next.
What you do that's new, brought to you by KLNESNANLAW.com. Proudly sponsored since day one by Glenn Klausman, KlausmanLaw.com.
Bye. Things remain heavy on I-4 eastbound this afternoon due to a crash now blocking the left shoulder at US 27. Still seeing delays east and westbound on the interstate between the Beach Line and 535. Looking at accident activity now on 192 at Parton Settlement Road. If you see other traffic problems, just make sure to call the traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Me and the kids were always messaging. They LOL'd, I ROFL'd, but then I changed phone and the bubbles went green. But where there's a fill, there's a way. And I found a way to share what's in here. I'm tapping my heart.
WhatsApp, the place to safely send messages between different devices. Message privately with everyone.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. I love that they have the word life in this title. The reason why is because that's what they'll save sometimes. They actually did it for years then in South Florida, brought their operation up here to Orlando and hit the ground running, giving people this life scan that really can change the way you look at your long-term health. I know it did for me and my wife, and it also did that for my in-laws as well. It is an amazing technology, and it's so easy to use. But guys, listen, the information you get is vital. It is vital. And look, if you have friends and family that maybe you think could really benefit from a life scan over at Life Imaging FLA, get them over there. That's exactly what I did for my in-laws. Once my wife and I got our treatments and we got our scans, we figured out this is an amazing tool to be able to kind of get an idea of where you should be looking for your long-term health care. I was standing next to my wife when my mother-in-law called and said, hey, Dad and I are all clear. No problems whatsoever. You could hear that relief in her voice. You legit could hear that through her voice. Do what we did, man. Get with Life Imaging FLA right now. Get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. This only takes a few minutes. You're not going to be in there all day, guys. No injections. You don't take your clothes off. No, just not even the least bit intrusive. And while you're there, you got to ask about the cancer screening as well. Early detection saves lives. Pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250. Say the keyword free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. Guys, make that call today. Make this the year you finally take care of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto text message from iHeart Media.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
Ah! That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
The number one cause of accidents is distracted driving, like cell phones, eating, and playing with the radio. So leave it right here on Real Radio. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Another insurance story from...
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny Final Expense Insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
I'm John Morgan, here to urge you to vote yes on Amendment 3 and legalize the adult use of marijuana. There are a lot of reasons to vote yes on Amendment 3, but let me give you one more good one. Today, too many adults are sitting in our jails simply because they were using marijuana, and that is just wrong. If I was your governor, I would free or parole every person in jail for possession and then expunge everyone's record. Amendment 3 will put a stop to this and let the cops fight real crime, not fake crime. I'm tired of people being thrown in jail for something that is less harmful than alcohol or opioids. So now let's finish what I started and join me, John Morgan, in voting yes for the people and for Amendment 3.
Vote yes on Amendment 3. Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Safe Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite 3, 321, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312.
Boss, did you know Safe Touch Security is the home of the 45-second or less guaranteed response?
Of course, it's just one of the reasons why I hate Safe Touch.
For a limited time, save up to 50% on select security systems. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license EF 2000-1945.
Zero Foxtrot isn't just a brand, it's a way of life. Founded and operated by veterans, Zero Foxtrot's unique apparel and gear echoes the grit of the warrior culture. Zero Foxtrot dedicates itself to producing content, honoring the sacrifices of forgotten heroes of the past, and connecting history to the present. Embark on a journey with Zero Foxtrot today at zerofoxtrot.com. It's not merely our products, it's about the ethos that we embody. Rugged, resilient, and timeless.
Tired of taking allergy pills every day to treat your allergies? Aspire Allergy and Sinus has helped thousands, including me, who spent years suffering before finally doing something. Like Aaron, most migraines were alleviated almost immediately after her sinus surgery with Aspire. Or Julie, who didn't even realize it was allergy season because she felt so much better after taking her allergy drops. Fixing your allergies are easier than you think it is. Go to AspireAllergy.com to set your appointment today. That's AspireAllergy.com.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one. Radio 104.1.
You probably don't know this or care, but we have web goals. So go to JimColbertLive.com and look at stuff.
If you like that Harry Styles, check out the Howard Stern one he did. He did a cover of Sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Hey guys, happy day. DeSantis seems just kind of pick and choose what part of the, stuff to pay attention to. I'm pretty sure a business owner can tell you you cannot smoke or vape in here. Even on like an outdoor patio, there's plenty of them. I just had Pisces Rising this weekend. No smoking, no vaping of any kind. If you do, they ask you to stop or leave.
To me, if DeSantis is so against issue 3, it means it's written so well he can't change it. So I'm going to vote for it regardless.
Yeah, I got to tell you, in regards to that, I've been to a number of areas that have the legalized marijuana, recreational marijuana, number of those states, a number of the big cities. You would think that since its application, since it was passed, that it was recreational. The big assumption is that you go in those cities and it's just overrun with people standing on the sidewalk smoking weed. I haven't really seen that. One of the only places I found it to be kind of overwhelming like that was Las Vegas.
Really?
Which is like one of those areas where you believe that, you're supposed to do stuff like that.
Yeah, so densely popular. I mean, all the tourists all are tied up like that.
And it's like racing to be Sodom and Gomorrah.
And
wait, I gotta sin.
And the other thing too is the grow areas there are right down by the strip. They're just right off the strip. Yeah. So those warehouses smell as much or worse actually than it burning. If you've ever been to a rock show back in the day, everybody was lighting up. You had the perpetual fog of death floating just above the audience. The band was playing to. It was just a big thick THC cloud.
New Jersey switched to recreational marijuana a couple years ago. I've been there a couple times. I would have never known it.
Yeah,
would have never known it.
The big one was Denver. Like when I flew into Denver right after they made it recreational, and you could go. There were dispensaries everywhere where you could walk in and do it. The two things I took away is there were very few young people at the dispensaries.
Yeah, it's all old farts.
Most of them were old people looking for relief for their damn arthritis.
Yeah.
And then secondly, nobody was smoking it outside. Not one person. So I don't know what's going to happen regarding to that. I mean, I don't want to go places. I have been plenty of hotels where you could smell it coming out of rooms. That's not cool. You do have excuse me, you do have those issues, but it hasn't been overwhelming. Not yet.
Somebody had texted earlier about getting back to a place that was recreationally legal, and there were businesses or the signs on all the businesses saying you can't smoke within this many feet of any business.
Yeah, I mean, you have to assume if you can't smoke a cigarette there, chances are they're going to want you to light up a J or a vape, you know?
Remember a Jimmy Buffett concert?
Yeah.
I remember back covering the XFL when you go on the road, one of the sideline reporters used to smoke in the hotel room and line the bottom of the door with a towel.
Yeah, you do the wet towel.
The wet towel.
And he traveled. He was able to travel with his weed because he put it in film canisters and put it in his rig. Because he was also part of photography and the whole 9 yards from
There
back
you
in the
go.
day. It's kind of funny how he did that. Somebody also said that New York is like that. We were in New York in last September. I did get a little of that in downtown New York.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not. I did walk the hot. Well, it was so hot, but so many people were out. I'm surprised. I didn't smell anything in New York.
Yeah, I smelled it a little bit in New York. Nothing terrible. It's just what you expect to smell. Again, no different than smelling a cigarette. Really, I smell more of that than cigarettes. It's rare to smell somebody smoking a cigarette outside anymore.
Yeah, it's so
Maybe
bad.
something wrong with my nose.
Yeah, maybe so. That happens. So the thing I wanted to tell you guys about music choices, by the way, welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. And your 4 o'clock keyword is bonus, bonus. So, I mean, how do you guys choose to listen to music? How do you guys come to the conclusion of what you want to hear or listen to? Do you just put the iHeartRadio app on and let it roll?
Yeah.
Do you choose like one of those band things, like you put on Bruce and then all the music that's associated with that era and style they play for you?
I would say lately that's probably the way I get introduced to random songs. And I know I've mentioned it before, but one of my favorite channels on the iHeart channel is just having it play Depeche Mode, because then it plays all of the music from that genre, that alternative stuff.
Yeah.
I love that. Just the other night, for the first time, I put on the video music channel that is part of the Fire TV.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it went from, and first of all, it's uncensored, so because I heard one song, I think it was Megan Thee Stallion, and it was like, I'm like, what?
Yeah. Clearly kids.
Yeah, but, and it seemed like it would go, okay, you have the hip-hop, then it would go, top 40 or adult contemporary, and then it would go to a country song, and it would kind of...
Oh, that's too
like
schizophrenic for me.
Jack. That's like that Jack programming.
Yeah, just it's the variety is all over the place.
Yeah. How about you?
The iHeartRadio app, they have I usually do, like, they curate hip hop and rap.
Yeah,
so.
but they do old school, they
that
do
wasn't
new.
Me, that was Bob Pittman.
Yeah, right. And then you can choose an artist. Like, let's say if you like Eminem.
Oh, yeah, but I just do the iHeart Top 20.
Yeah, do you really?
Yeah, and then sometimes I'll do the bands. Usually I end up wormholing on YouTube. I'll hear someone mention an artist, and then I'll go type it in, and then the algorithm recommends things. And then the other way, to be honest, is Ross.
Really? Yeah.
Ross is always sending me, text with a song that I need to check out.
That's cool. Yeah.
That's how I found that Mexican OT.
I have that with Angel from the Monsters.
Okay,
Angel
yeah.
and I have had a long text relationship when it comes to cool music. He'll text me something. Also, Dan Stone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Dan Stone turned me on to the band Chevelle years ago because he knew that I was a big Tool fan.
Yeah.
And when Chevelle came out, same producer. So it has a lot of the same tones as Tool. So Dan Stone and I have had that a little bit. He actually just texted me the other day and asked me if I'd heard about the Idols. I think it's Idols, not the Idols, just Idols. And this is a grungy, dirty English rock band that looks like they just, they're
make the Sex Pistols look like kindergarten teachers.
Very grungy. I'm not bathing recently. And Dan Stone says, have you heard of Idols? And I was like, just found them like 3 months ago. Very cool. Feel to it, but a little dirtier than that, like old Stones and Clash music when it was just kind of grungy, but it's damn good. And
sounds good. It's got a real kind of 80s sound to it.
So here's exactly what I've been doing. I agree with both of you guys. I do the same thing. Like if you look at my iHeartRadio app thing, I'll go to the Tool channel, which gets me Deftones, Korn,
Chevelle,
Alice in Chains, Chevelle, Pearl Jam. It gets me all that stuff. If I go to, let's say, the Depeche Mode channel like Jack. You'll get the Smiths. You'll get
Cure.
get Old Cure.
In Excess.
I love In Excess.
All that stuff, which is also in my favorite thing. But even in the context of using that, if I get a song I don't like, if you do the non-subscription version of the app, you have 6 fast forwards. Right now, if you're a subscriber and you get the service of the iHeartRadio app, you can get unlimited. You can just fast forward until you find a song you like. I think that defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to really kind of get some new music in my repertoire, and I don't want to fast forward. But I find myself, I'm like, I'm not a big fan of that one. I'll just poke through that one and get to the next one. And I'm always doing the same thing. I'm fast forwarding until I find a song I quote unquote like. I ended that 2 days ago, or actually this past weekend, with this one simple thing. First thing, you have to make yourself a promise. You will not fast forward. You will not do it. The second thing is you find a soundtrack you've never heard of. That is the key. You find soundtracks and you listen to soundtracks from movies. That is the great. Now, we all know the ones that everybody already knows the songs off of. Pulp Fiction, The Bodyguard, Grease, all of those movies that have
my favorite.
The super favorite soundtracks. But I listened to the Singles soundtrack going home last night.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason is because it was made in the 90s, and I like a lot of music from that era. And it starts off with one of my favorite songs ever, which is Wood from Alice in Chains. And then from there, it goes into all kinds of stuff that I've never heard in my life that is like B-side 90s alternative that nobody knew about.
Yeah.
It never made it outside Oregon. But you will hear it on that. And I'm telling you guys, it's a game changer. But you have to tell yourself you will not fast forward. That's the number one thing. You just got to listen to it. Almost like it's one of our What'd You Do's.
I have that CD.
Do you really?
The Singles?
The Singles CD?
Yeah.
And I started looking around, and guys, there are so many blanking good soundtracks out there that I've never even heard of. When you look at the greatest ones out there, you get movies from like Clueless as a soundtrack. And of course, what is the most famous one recently? Everybody talked about this when this movie came out. And it's
Barbie.
It's not, huh?
Barbie?
It's not that recent. Barbie's not
Mavericks? No. Top Gun, the second one?
Not the Top Gun one. It was Guardians of the Galaxy, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah,
that
was all the classic rock it had
but it
on
was,
it.
but it was part of a thing. It was like the mixtape from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right.
But you got to remember, the people who saw that movie who were young watched that movie. Those were like songs maybe they hadn't heard of because they were older tunes.
Oh, without a doubt, you definitely saw a spike, in that listening, in downloads for those songs. And definitely it introduces them to a new generation.
Right.
When they reach back like that.
One of my favorite soundtracks is from the movie Marie Antoinette.
That's one of the greatest ones ever.
With Kirsten Dunst, and it's from 2006. But part of the soundtrack, I swear, listening to Sofia Coppola, who's the director, I'm like, oh, yeah, she grew up at the same era as I did, because you have Susie and the Banshees, Bow Wow Wow,
Oh, yeah.
New Order, Adam and the Ants, the Radio Department,
Dude, I'm
the
down
Strokes,
for every one of those songs.
mixed in with Opus 36.
Yeah, right. But I have found that and it was a bit of an epiphany for me. And I know that sounds silly because, we have access to a lot of music and stuff, but it's hard to force yourself not to fast forward through songs that you don't know.
Yeah.
That's the number one key to trying this out there, guys. If you want to do that, is you cannot fast forward. I don't care how terrible you think the song is, you got to power through it.
You want to know another really great soundtrack because it covers everything from the great war songs of the 60s is Forrest Gump.
Oh, yeah, that's another one that came up on this list of the greatest ones.
soundtrack, but it is just chock full of some of the best music ever made.
I don't know if I've bought more than 5 CDs over the past 20 years, but before that, going into the 90s, it was close to 1,000 CDs, but I have a whole shelf of just movie soundtracks.
Oh, wow.
And it is, I used to DJ as well, and it just... Platoon was another one. But some
Full
of my
Metal
favorites,
Jacket.
because of it's, the various artists that you get on it, it was just, usually all hits or just all interesting. The Doors movie soundtrack was another good one.
Oh, man, there's...
Queen of the Damned. Someone just texted that in. I can't believe I forgot that one. Yes, Queen of the Damned is an excellent soundtrack.
You know the movie, I listened to the soundtrack over and over and over and over. It was a little bit because of a connection with radio, but the Private Parts soundtrack from the that Howard Stern movie is incredibly good. Had a lot of really kind of early 90s, like Powerman 5000 and bands like that in it, which was Rob Zombie and stuff like that. So good.
Pulp Fiction is one that I think I'd probably listen to most.
Yeah. And that's a different machine because it had a real kind of, really kind of underground loungy vibe to it.
Some of it, yeah. And what's interesting with Tarantino and his music, he has such a passion for music. He will... I think right to the music that he wants to use in a scene.
Yes.
It almost becomes a character in his film. And I remember feeling that way with Baby Driver.
Oh, my God. That's Angel Rivera's very favorite of all time.
Where I thought the music is so dominant in that, and it's so upfront in that movie. It's almost like a character in the movie.
Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Pulp Fiction, most of those iconic scenes, you hear the music as you're picturing the scene itself.
Yeah. How about 8 Mile? I mean, that's an Oscar.
Yeah, Deb, how about 8 Mile?
So the queen of the damn soundtrack, you have Deftones, Papa Roach, Chester Bennington, Marilyn Manson, Godhead. And it's so weird you bring this up, Jimmy, because I forgot. I have this soundtrack in my Apple Music on my phone. I have this soundtrack. It's usually... the Bluetooth song that will pop up before anything else will be Queen of the Damn soundtrack.
Yeah. You ever get one of those? You ever get in a mood where you feel like
dark and broody?
Well, it could be anything like that, right? Where you feel it and you want to get like if I'm doing a road trip and it's just me, like when I'm leaving to go up to P-Town to play the tournament or I'm going on a road trip to do anything, one of the things that's been mandatory for me is Queens of the Stone Age.
Okay.
Because that music kind of sounds like a car trip through the desert kind of thing. And I found that I get into moods. And one of the albums I used to do that was the soundtrack for Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And again, it's it's hillbilly music, basically.
Right.
It's what do you call it? It's like Americana, bluegrass, right? Yeah. Americana bluegrass music. But it's so well done.
Washboard and a milk jug?
Oh, yeah. Alison Krauss and all those old school... like really old school bands from, just bluegrass, like from Kentucky and, and the hills and stuff. It is so good. But, man, I love this. But I would love to hear from everybody out there if you have one, because I need suggestions. There are so many of these soundtracks. I would like a couple that would be awesome to listen to and some of your favorites as well.
What about Breakfast Club?
Oh, God. That's one that, like, defined my childhood.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that defined my teen years, because I will never forget Don't You Forget About Me by Simple Minds. My buddy and I, Darren, used to drive over to St. Augustine every single morning to go surfing, and inevitably we would hear Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me. And it just seemed to come on every time we were making that trip. So it was just like kind of part of that life soundtrack,
Absolutely.
All right, 407-916-1041, Purple Rain.
There you go.
I mean,
Boogie Nights.
God.
It's got all that disco on there that you would love, Jimmy.
Dude, I actually have to tell you, I may listen to Purple Rain on the way home tonight. I actually may listen to Purple Rain. And because of Morris Day and the Time.
Well, I guess we've sold what he's going to listen to.
But there's so many good ones, though. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031.
Lost Boys soundtrack.
So, I mean, it's one after the other. And again, the reason I like the idea of doing this is I told myself, when you put this thing on, you go to track 1 and you push play. You do not fast forward. You don't stop. You don't pause. You force yourself to listen to the entire thing. And the reason why is there are artists on there maybe not even making music anymore, but they may have had a brief glimpse in time like Dido, or somebody like that, where they have 1 or 2 gigantic hits and you hadn't heard about them in 2 decades. And the next thing you know, you hear this Dido song and like, that was my first dance.
Right.
Like with Dido, All right, 407-916-1041. Your 4 o'clock keyword is bonus, BONUS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of The Jim Colbert Show.
All aboard for Real Yacht Rock Weekends.
We're still having fun, and you're still the one.
Every weekend this summer on Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air. Hey, Central Florida, I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your Tuesday forecast. And today, while temperature-wise we won't be quite as sweltering as yesterday, we'll still expect a high of 94 degrees and a feels-like temperature of around 106 in Orlando by this afternoon. We'll also see some scattered showers and thunderstorms, most of these not arriving, though, until around 4 or 5 p.m., with best chances likely taking place between 6 and 8 o'clock this evening. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Safe Touch Security.
Boss, did you know Safe Touch Security is the home of the 45-second or less guaranteed response?
Of course, it's just one of the reasons why I hate Safe Touch.
For a limited time, save up to 50% on select security systems. Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license EF 2000-1945.
Listen up, guys. If you have plans to sell your home for any reason at all, pause a little bit, learn about the Nickley Group before you make that move. These guys are changing the real estate game. Stress-free, innovative real estate solutions for home sellers and buyers. And look, man, you hear a lot of news out there. Don't believe this news, though. Don't believe that homes in Orlando are softening up. Man, homes in this area are selling for more than ever. So if you are considering selling your home for any reason, maybe you're downsizing, relocating, maybe you just need a bigger place for a bigger family, contact the Nickley Group. These guys have more options and availability than anybody out there. And even better, not only do they sell homes on an average for 6% more, they sell them twice as fast as well. That means more money in your pocket faster. Here's what you can do online. Get your home valued instantly. You can even get a guaranteed cash offer today, or you list your home today at thenickleyGroup.com. They have 3,000 five-star reviews. So if you are longing for that next level real estate experience, which includes like mortgage services, moving assistance, elite marketing, and an entire team of realtors, it's simple. It's thenickleyGroup.com. That's NICKLEY Group.com.
Join Real Radio and Fox 35 at Walmart for the Backpack Brigade as we partner with One Heart for Women and Children and collect school supplies for Orlando area students. Drop off school supplies and get some Real Radio and Fox TV swag. Meet Jack Bradshaw from The Jim Colbert Show, David Martin from Good Day Orlando, see the Fox 35 Thunder Truck, and check out the Selfie Station. Start collecting school supplies and prepare to drop them off Friday, August 2nd, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Walmart, 11250 East Colonial Drive, Orlando. Get more info at realradio.fm/school.
When couples come into International Diamond Center looking for engagement rings, they have lots of pictures from websites, from Pinterest, from designers they love, and 99% of the time, we have what they want.
The brands that we carry are the brands the consumer asks for, the girls ask for, your future bride asks for.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire explains how IDC is always on the cutting edge because we partner with the world's leading designers, names like Tacori, Verragio, Henry Dawsey, and dozens more.
Fashions come and go, but why do some brands stay forever? It's because they stay relevant.
IDC was chosen by these acclaimed designers, in most cases, as the exclusive retail partner in the region.
We try to provide the best of the best at the most current merchandise in the market today.
International Diamond Center, giving you access to the most sought-after brands in the world with a 5-star shopping experience with no compromises.
We want people to feel comfortable, relax, educate them, give them high quality for the right price.
Store hours and more at shopidc.com.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, explains how audio is an ideal way for brands to tell their stories.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. I think that there's something deep in all of us that enjoys listening to and telling stories. When I think about what we do here at Genentech, we do a lot to actually tell the broader story of our company and the legacy that we stand upon. 45 years marketing more than 40 medicines over that time period. And we celebrate that in story form, in audio format. It's a great way for people to learn more about what we offer and to be educated in an easy and convenient way.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Testosterone, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text LION to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text LION to 42424. That's LION to 42424.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
This July, celebrate America's independence with a fresh view from Renewal by Andersen. Hi, this is Chelsea. Right now, buy any 4 windows or patio doors and get the 5th free. Plus, enjoy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 18 months. Our custom-built, energy-efficient windows and doors will enhance the beauty and value of your home. Visit rbafla.com to schedule your complimentary design consultation. Renewal by Andersen, official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Restrictions apply. License number CGC 1527613. Visit rbafla.com for details.
Divorce? Call Trinley and Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Hey, so apparently Facebook is still a thing. Search gym members and join our group.
One surprising soundtrack that you've got to put on your list is the soundtrack to Muppets from Space. It has hits from the 80s and 90s on it, and it is amazing.
Hey, Jimmy. Happy Tuesday, man. Let's give prompts where they're due, man. I gotta tell you, Angel Rivera and our very own Jack Bradshaw are forward-looking, man. I mean, I have heard them play music, never considered. So, you guys are doing a great rock-on job. This is Paul from Palmetto, Florida, and all that.
I love you, Jim. I love you, Deb. Now you made me feel old. But I love that, too. Rock and roll, baby. You figure it out.
All right.
What albums did your dad listen to that you remember? Oh, God, I'm old enough to be their dad, too. That sucks.
Okay. Thanks, buddy. You know, it's weird. I don't know what kind of music my dad likes.
Oh, my dad
we
was...
never really had that conversation. I really, if you ask me right now, what song was my dad's favorite song, I do not know the answer to that.
I don't know the song, but I know it was all that old school Merle Haggard.
Oh, yeah.
70s country all the way.
See, my stepdad, I remember going through his records, and I have some of them, but there was a lot of Sinatra and big band stuff.
Really?
Which I dug.
See, my influence came from my Uncle Bobby, God rest his soul. He was like big Beach Boys, Ventures, Tommy Rowe, like that old kind of bubblegum 60s music, not the hardcore stuff. And then we got an REO Speedwagon and, Styx and all that stuff from the early 70s and stuff, started listening to that. And then just kind of branched off into everything else. Then got into high school and, of course, let the metal begin. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well. Hi. Well, at the top of the hour, we'll have another keyword for you here in a couple seconds. Got a couple calls here. Let's take these on soundtracks here. Vanessa, how you doing? Welcome to the program.
Hello.
How are you guys? I listen every day. Love you guys.
Thanks, Vanessa. Appreciate that.
I was thinking Pretty in Pink had good music.
Oh,
yeah.
Good choice.
Pretty in Pink did have a really good soundtrack.
But also, how about A Bronx Tale?
I don't remember that one.
I don't either.
Don't?
No.
I remember the movie, not the soundtrack.
I remember the movie, but the soundtrack kind of escapes me a little bit. The number one soundtrack, according to a number of people online, was Amadeus.
Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah, it was Amadeus.
Oh, I love that movie.
That was supposed to be one. And really, to be honest with you, the top 20 soundtracks, according to online, it's all like classic stuff. It's not really any pop or popular music. It doesn't have anything to do with that.
Like one of my favorite scenes is the scene in Shawshank Redemption when he locks himself in the warden's office and plays that opera.
Oh, yeah.
That opera song of the two women like singing as flowers.
Yeah, they kicked the door in.
Yeah, it stopped all of those hardened prisoners in their tracks.
That's why he got the obtuse kind. Oh, they put him in the pit, too.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah, he deserved it. All right, Laura.
Hey.
Laura, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Laura.
I'm doing real good. I just wanted to tell you not to sleep on the soundtrack to the movie Almost Famous.
Man,
I don't know that the movie was that good, but the music is great in it.
Hey, by the way, the movie was great, by the way, starring a young Kate Hudson, I believe.
Yeah.
In that movie.
That was about a young Rolling Stone writer, right?
Absolutely. Well, it was the guy Cameron Crowe, I believe. Wasn't it
wow.
Cameron Crowe, the guy who wound up married to the guitar player for Heart? And I believe he...
Yeah, exactly. And a movie director now.
Yeah. And writer, I believe. Yeah. Super famous guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. He was like a really young guy following a rock band. I forget who the band was supposed to be. I want to say it was like Bad Company or something like that.
I
can't
it was
remember.
like Led Zeppelin.
It may have been, but I know he was there to kind of write about it. And then Kate Hudson kind of dragged him along as a groupie, right?
When was that movie made, you guys?
Oh, 98?
Oh, no more recent. Maybe not. I'm going to go 2005.
2000.
Yeah, there you go.
Came out in 2000.
Man.
Mark Maron's in it.
Mark Maron is in it. Yeah. He talks about it occasionally.
Yeah. I think that's his first role. Lock the gate.
Lock the gates. All right, 407-916-1041. Yeah, Tiny Dancer is on that. Bob O'Reilly's on that. Peggy Sue, Paranoid. Simple Man is on that album. Damn, dude. Damn. Misty Mountain Hop. Other one is I started getting a list of famous covers, like bands doing cover songs. And that's another, I just heard a really interesting cover actually from the single soundtrack of The Battle of Evermore by Led Zeppelin. And and I forget who the duo is. I'd never even heard of them, but the cover is incredible. Like really, really good. All right, 407-916-1041. Let's go to Paul here. Hey, Paul, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Jim. Queen of the Damned soundtrack, really good one. I believe it was curated by Jonathan Davis from Korn.
Yep.
And a real deep cut, if you remember the live-action Spawn movie that went kind of underrated, the soundtrack for that, phenomenal.
Really? Live-action Spawn?
Yes.
Huh.
I had no real mainstream actors, but a really good live-action Spawn movie, and the soundtrack to that was pretty cool, too. But Queen of the Damned, hands down, one of the best.
Oh,
That's
I love
awesome,
that
man.
one.
Deborah already said that one for sure. Also, the very first Charlie's Angels movie has a lot of cool tunes in it as well.
How could we not remember Saturday Night Fever?
Yeah, honestly, that one's so kind of understood. It's right up there with me. It's right with Grease and Pulp Fiction. They're so famous that you almost don't even have to mention them.
Yeah. Next level.
Well, I think that the Bodyguard soundtrack and Grease are not just soundtrack. I think they're some of the best-selling albums ever.
Yeah.
And they're just compilation records.
Definitely Bodyguard.
Stacy, how you doing?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
Good.
Fantastic. I wanted to tell you about Atomic Blonde. That movie is the best, but their movie track is awesome.
Charlene, that's a Charlize Theron joint?
Yes.
Yeah,
Best music ever.
That is a good movie, and I have to agree. I do believe that soundtrack is awesome. Have you ever seen that?
No,
Atomic
I
Blonde?
haven't.
It's good. She's a great actress, by the way. She's a great actress. If you want to see Charlize Theron and what her real kind of personality is like, watch her on Between Two Ferns.
Oh, that would be great.
With Zach Galifianakis, where, she's like a dude, man. I mean, she is a strikingly beautiful woman, by the way. I got to see her in person one time. She was getting her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame as we were driving by on vacation. And she was up there in a gown, and she looked like a Disney princess.
I bet.
Absolutely strikingly gorgeous. But kind of a bro. She grew up kind of harder.
I was going to say, didn't she grow up in South Africa, like on a ranch or something?
Yeah, her mom actually wound up like killing her dad because her dad was like grossly abusive, and I think her mother wound up shooting him dead.
I believe I remember hearing that.
She grew up hard and tough.
Yeah, she did.
She's a broad.
Without breaking a nail.
Yeah, she is a broad without breaking a nail. Let's see who we have here. Let's go to Nathan. Nathan, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. How about you?
Good, brother.
I don't know if anyone's brought it up, but for me, one of my favorite of all time is the 1993 movie Judgment Night.
Oh, man.
The soundtrack for that is amazing because every single song is a collaboration between a metal band and a hip-hop artist. You've got Ice-T with Slayer, Public Enemy with Anthrax, so on and so forth. And none of those songs, I believe, released on any other album, and so it kind of stands alone as a classic piece of music for people who like metal and hip hop.
Hey, dude, let me ask you: is that where that song came from? That Anthrax joint with "Bring the Noise" with Public Enemy? Because that thing, when that hit, that kind of revived Public Enemy's life, man.
It's been years since I listened to that album. I'm going to go back and listen to it as soon as I get off the phone with y'all. I think that was the collaboration on that album, but maybe it was a different one.
Wow, that's cool, dude. Thanks for that heads up. I appreciate that. Sorry to cut you off there, buddy. 407-916-141. Have you ever heard that?
No, I haven't.
The Anthrax Public Enemy version of "Bring the Noise."
Oh. Well, I think I've figured out what I'll be listening to on the way home tonight.
Jack, just out of curiosity, see if you have that. Do we have that Anthrax Public Enemy joint of "Bring the Noise"? Which is a Public Enemy song, but Anthrax hopped on there, and this was one of the very first, because I know Aerosmith and Run DMC kind of blew things up when they did "Walk This Way" as a joint collaboration between rock and hip hop, but this one was, in my opinion, the defining song of that era.
Just the Public Enemy version.
Just the Public Enemy? All right, 407-916-1041. Let's go to Bill here. Bill, how you doing?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Yeah, I got one for you. I kind of hear y'all guys talking about it early 90s. I was a kid, like 5, 6, 7 years old, somewhere around there. I remember the Batman soundtrack was pretty dope. I think Prince did most of the songs, but it was the Batman movie with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson with the Joker.
I did. I think he wrote that entire album. I know he was featured on it quite a bit, the Bat Dance thing, and he was also, but I believe he wrote that entire record, if I remember. Jack, somebody look that up. God dang, I think he did write that entire thing.
Also, somebody said, man, the text at 77031, Goodfellas, people are saying Goodfellas, and Jackie Brown, phenomenal soundtrack, and a Quentin Tarantino masterpiece.
You know, of all the Quentin Tarantino movies, I know Jack is a big fan. I've never seen Jackie Brown.
Oh, it's good.
Is it really good?
Yeah.
I have the DVD if you want to see it. Oh, wait. Do you have a way to play that?
Just give him the DVD. Don't ever offer me one.
I don't even know where to plug it in.
Sure you do. Your son's got a gaming system.
He does, but I ain't. You think I can get that away from him? Out of here. All right, 407-916-141. We'll do a couple more of these and get out of here, man. There's a lot of people coming in. John, how you doing, John?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good, brother.
Good. I have a toss-up between two, and I think Jack could be the deciding factor on Better Off Dead.
That's the old John Cusack movie?
Yeah.
Want my $2?
That's kind of really, yeah, exactly. A lot of Van Halen stuff in there. And then Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
Oh, God. Get out of here
You just hit Jimmy with the feels.
You know, used to bring that up all the time. Russ Rollins used to talk about the Emmett and Ollie's Jug Band or whatever.
Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
All the time. He talked about that perpetually.
By the way, I have the DVD to that as well.
God almighty.
I freaking love that.
You have a sad life, Jack.
That was when we first got HBO. This is late 70s. That came out. I remember my sister and I watching Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas in the late 70s, and then I went on the search for it about 15, 20 years ago, and finally got the DVD.
Did it hold up?
Oh yeah. We'll watch it once a year. So I played it for my kids, and just like you expect with the Rankin and Bass, they hate it.
They hate it.
And you're like, oh, you're killing my childhood.
I know.
Where are the Pikachus, Dad?
Guess what? Now this past year, they're like, hey, let's watch that. And so they
it's all coming around.
kind of
Jimmy,
caught on.
there's hope. That means there's hope for your family.
I don't know. They hate it. I think they would do it just for spite, even if they loved it. They probably watch it by themselves and tell me no. Cooch, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Whoa.
Hey, being I'm in my mid-60s, growing up, my childhood one was American Graffiti, but lately the soundtrack from Baby Driver.
Yeah.
Because there's like 28 songs on there, including Hocus Pocus by Focus.
You know, that's I believe that may be one of Angel Rivera's favorite albums ever. And I mean, even beyond the soundtrack, I know that when that movie came out, he watched the movie a bunch, but listened to that soundtrack over and over and over. And that's another movie where the soundtrack is almost like a character in the film because, he puts on, he puts earphones in. Earpods, is that what they call them?
Yeah.
He puts those in before he does his getaway driving. So it really is part because when he puts those things in, they switch to like no sound and just the soundtrack. So you see him driving and you can only hear the music.
I can't hear that.
No?
No. It will inspire driving.
Yeah. You don't need it.
No, I don't need it.
All right. One last one here. We'll get out of here. Tim, quickly, buddy.
All right, I got 3. Natural Born Killers, Pump Up the Volume, and House of a Thousand Corpses.
God. All of those.
Bump Up the Volume.
Bump Up the Volume.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's another good one. Was that Mars, the name of that? Bump Up the Volume, Pump Up the Volume. Dance.
Yeah, but it was also the movie itself. Hang on.
Yeah, I
He's
know.
looking it up.
But I believe that band is Marrs, something like that. God, I hope I'm right. If I'm right, I'm going home today. Go get a beer. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77.
Yeah, all right.
031.
So Mars did the song. However, the movie soundtrack is based on the Christian Slater movie.
Right. Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
All right.
Mars, Marrs.
There you go. Taking a little break. We'll come back. Get a 5 o'clock keyword for you right after this.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Still seeing activity on I-4 eastbound that blocks the left shoulder on the interstate near US 27. A serious crash has been reported on Orange Blossom Trail that has all southbound lanes blocked at Maitland Boulevard near the Apopka Expressway. No major delays still for those who need to take the Beach Line or the Greenway this afternoon. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Osceola County.
Want to give your child a learning experience that's free, fun, and gets them ready for the future? The voluntary pre-kindergarten program is your answer. It's available at no cost to any 4-year-old child residing in the state of Florida. Visit our website at elcosceola.org. That's elcosceola.org.
The Florida Hometown Heroes program for down payment assistance has been funded with $100 million as of July 1st. Now, this gives all eligible first-time home buyers, or if you haven't owned a home for the past 3 years, and all veterans in active duty may be eligible for down payment assistance funds of up to $35,000. Find out today if you're eligible for this money by starting your pre-approval application at thatmortgageguyDon.com. Do not wait too long. Last year, the $100 million program was funded in July, and the money was all given out by December. It's peace of mind at your fingertips, so don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com. Don't
miss the boat, compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny final expense insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance. Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Want to add a cool twist to your next special event or get-together? Cater with Jeremiah's Italian Ice. Treat your team to a cool bash they won't forget. Visit jeremiahsice.com now to find your nearest location and get the party started at jeremiahsice.com. That's jeremiahsice.com.
The final countdown begins. Team USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the Summer Games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando. Cam found out that group chats between different phones aren't private.
Or encrypted. Thank you. We only text in code. Yes, which I created. I created a code.
Yes. Which can be a little annoying.
Wait, was that your attempt at the code?
You already forgot the code, didn't you?
I should have written it down.
The place to safely send messages between different devices. WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
We need your help to protect your right to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. Please text the two letters AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. Text AM to 52886.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month. Text stop to stop. A message from the station.
Think orange for your next vehicle. OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lynch Studios. Why Kaufman and Lynch? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station. The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. C-R-E-D-I-T. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
Want more from us? At The Jim Colbert Show on Instagram. Follow us.
Great soundtracks. Highlanders, great. The entire thing is done by Queen. You can't go wrong there. Also, the Wayne's World soundtracks are amazing as well. I'm with that guy with the first Batman. Most of that is Prince. That's pretty awesome as well. So, those are a few of my favorites.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that very much. All right.
GCS crew, what to do? Man, soundtrack you're missing is Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Oh.
Hey guys, a really good one is The Harder They Fall on Netflix with Idris Elba and Jonathan Majors. It's like a spaghetti western music mixed with hip hop. Really cool sound.
Hey Colbert crew, 3 great 90s soundtracks. Empire Records, Dazed and Confused, Varsity Blues. 3 great ones. Another 80s one y'all missed, Cocktail. Can't forget Kokomo.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I got a serious question. With all this politics, Joe Biden, Trump was almost assassinated. Biden stepping down. Jimmy, more important, I'm almost out of ripping chicken rub.
Oh, man.
Can we still get this stuff?
I got bad news, dog. The JCS rubs are gone. They're all gone.
Are the ones that aren't gone still good?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they'll do all right. But really, to be honest with you, I mean, if I'm just kind of being honest, if you have spices or herbs specifically in your cabinet that have been there more than a few months, they're probably not going to have a lot of life. Those only last. Those really don't have a gigantic shelf life. That's why I always buy the smallest that you can get when I buy herbs or spices because, garlic powder and stuff like that's never going to go bad. But if you have like tarragon or thyme or rosemary or something like that.
Let me just say my favorite popcorn seasoning is the Jim Colbert Show steak.
Yeah.
Chicken steak.
I actually just seasoned some stuff this past week, a couple racks of ribs with I still have some barbecue rubs left, but the rest of it's gone.
So when you shake it and there's like a clump in there, but you shake it vigorously
It's
enough.
like you bang it up against the counter.
Yeah. Where enough falls off to come out of the bottle and you can still use it. There's nothing wrong with it.
Nothing wrong with it at all.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, what I do is I hit mine on the side of the counter like it's wampum biscuits.
Yeah.
Everybody knows wampum biscuits, right? I just womp it across there and kind of break it up a little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's
it's
money.
fine.
I'm not throwing that.
Yeah, the ribbon chicken's a pretty good rub. I have to tell you, out of all of those, my favorite was the pork rub, which is the Divine Swine, because it is a different kind of pork rub. A lot of pork rubs lean on that barbecue kind of feel and flavor. Mine was a little bit more of a savory herb roasted pork kind of flavor, which I absolutely love. That was my favorite one.
How do you know when you should absolutely throw them away, though?
The bugs, when the bugs are in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the thing is,
there
like,
a smell?
I'll give you an example. No, there's no smell. Actually, there's a lack of that. That's where the problem is. Like, I'm gonna make some. I'm making a turkey pot pie tonight for dinner. That's what I'm making.
Still waiting for your 90-minute rib recipe.
Listen, these are poor man one dish quick dinners that are very tasty and extremely easy to make.
Flaky pie crust, or do you
biscuits?
Okay, you was going to say you use biscuits.
It's the easiest thing. You buy the half tube of the wampum biscuits. I get the grands because they're bigger. And when you make your filling, you basically make it in a pan that you can throw in the oven. I use a cast iron skillet. It's turkey meat, onion, garlic. It's mixed vegetables, right? Which is usually, just peas and carrots, really.
What time should we be over?
It's a little half and half and some flour to make a little bit of a sauce there, right? And then you just basically take the biscuits and put it on top of that and throw it in the oven for 25 minutes and then eat it. And it's blanking delicious. Like a little salad and you're done. That's it. It takes 25 minutes and it's absolutely wonderful. And if you do it with 93.5 or 93.7 turkey meat, it's healthy. Seriously. Could not be easier.
Seriously.
Doing that tonight.
Couldn't be easier.
Could not be. I'm serious. It could not be
easier.
Yeah, well, once you get to step 3 of any process, I'm like, I'm out of here.
All right, by the way, credit, CREDIT, that is your 5 o'clock keyword. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Credit, guys. That is your 5 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win that dough. Remember, this is the last week.
Is it?
So be diligent.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the last week.
I thought we had another week.
Hey, real quick, like a big shout out, because we always rag on companies when they don't get it right, and duly so. Because if you pay your fee or your services, or you should absolutely get the service that you are provided. And a lot of times, even when a company will come through over and over and over and over, you'll get that one aberration in the service. You'll lose your mind. You'll go online and you'll bash that company left and right. And in this state specifically, there are certain companies that we want to work expeditiously every single time. And those companies are the power companies. You want the power companies on point, ready to go. And nobody gets more heat, especially during the storm season, than power companies if your power's out more than 12 hours.
Talking about center point?
Yeah, but if you don't know anything about what happened, over in Eustis this past week, lightning struck one of their power stations and caught it on fire. Like legit melted it down. 9,500 people in Lake County did not have power, but I think it only lasted like 12 to 24 hours. And Duke Energy, I believe, went out there and got that entire area up and running in no time at all. And all of the area around there that I've been reading about have been extremely thankful that Duke Energy was expeditious in getting that up and running again. So they deserve a little hand there,
Yeah, well, at least it's Duke Energy and not Delta Airlines.
Oh, yeah. Why? What happened with Delta?
Oh, they've canceled
more
4,000 flights since Friday.
Is this still that Microsoft thing?
It is the CrowdStrike, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the CrowdStrike issue. But yeah, there's still 4,000 flights. They're now under investigation.
How is Delta?
I don't know.
The only company that I hear news about that. I didn't even read that today, that was an issue. I thought that was like a long gone issue.
No, still going on.
Really?
Yeah, definitely.
And there's a lot of unclaimed baggage in Atlanta airport, and now it's chaos.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
They're still saying it will take another couple days to recover from that global computer outage.
Wow.
And that just came at a little bit before 5.
I mean, I knew it was a big deal, but I had no idea it was like that.
And what's interesting, like you said, I'm surprised that it's one airline out of all the airlines that had issues on Friday. You had flights grounded around the world.
Oh, yeah.
Delta seems to be, I don't know if they're a bigger client of CrowdStrike, if they have more machinery connected to CrowdStrike that ended up being, suffering a lot more than everyone else when they sent that update. But if you're flying Delta, you definitely want to check before you leave the house.
Damn, man. I mean, and that, again, that's one of the biggest carriers we have, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is that the biggest carrier in the U.S., Delta?
I think American is.
Isn't?
Let me check.
It's got to be. I mean, it's Southwest, it's American or Delta or United.
Or United.
Yeah. I think it's got to be Delta. I mean,
it might be Delta. What do you got there?
Could be, what should be FedEx? Yeah. What should be FedEx?
Watch it probably be FedEx.
All right, 407-916.
Spirit.
1041. Spirit is?
No.
Yeah, they may be. I mean, you got to remember, more people would fly it because it's discount.
That's true.
But I don't know how many destinations or hubs they have.
Exactly. All right,
Delta
talk
flight.
among yourselves.
No, that's okay.
I got American Airlines.
That's my second one.
And then
came
Delta, number 2,
I'll be
then
damned.
Southwest, then United.
I fly Delta the least, or excuse me, American the least. I fly Delta and Southwest the most. And I don't know why. It just kind of works out that way.
Yeah, I think it just works out with your destinations.
Yeah, maybe
and
so.
then Alaska Airlines, Spirit, then JetBlue, Volaris Frontier, WestJet. And there's a new one, Breeze. Breeze isn't even on this list.
Yeah, that just started. Is Allegiant on there? Did you say that?
Allegiant is number 14.
Wow,
Actually,
really?
13. They have Air Canada in here.
Oh, wow.
Air Canada.
Air Canada comes in at number 5, ahead of Alaska Airlines, behind United.
All right, 407-916-1041. So, again, I was reading a story this past week, and we can talk about this when we get back. I'll kind of pitch it now. Did you guys ever date anybody that your friends hated, or were you ever that person? Were you ever a person, like when you dated somebody, that you were the person that their friends didn't like?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. I was just, I was thinking about that today. And
that we want to talk about, so you need to come up with a cover story.
Yeah, we'll talk
You need to give people some time to come up with a cover story, Jimmy.
Yeah, we can talk about this a little bit later. I was just reading that today. I was like, man, I don't think, I know I've dated somebody that my friends absolutely loathed. I got to tell you, and this is a real touch and go scenario, but these people were not afraid to tell me.
Well, they shouldn't be. That's a good friend.
But Jack and I have a situation where that didn't work out the best. Like we've
always
actually,
tricky.
and we've talked to the person about that after the fact. And then that person said, well, why didn't you guys say anything? And we were like, are you kidding?
Right.
Like, what are you supposed to do? All right, 407-916-1041. Remember, your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, CREDIT. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back with our buddy Scott Brown from Edgewater Family Wealth for It's Only Money.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
There's a person trying to cross the street. They're in one of those little scooters that you can shop in.
Okay.
The person's missing their left leg, and apparently it's recent because when I saw them trying to walk afterwards,
Still bleeding.
They,
The news junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
Traffic remains heavy on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for drivers traveling east and westbound on the interstate. Things are especially heavy by the major attractions exits. Currently, no major problems or delays to report for those taking the beach line or the Greenway. Things are beginning to slow down just a bit on Florida's Turnpike near US 192. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, this summer get a new grill at a great price from our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. Up to $300 off a brand new Traeger grill. Get that beautiful wood-fired flavor when you cook for the family. Maybe you like propane grills. How about up to $150 off a grill from Napoleon? That is a professional grill. Tools Ace also carries grills and pizza ovens from Big Green Egg, Weber, Rectech, Gosney, and Uni. And when you buy a grill from Tools Ace Hardware, you get free assembly and free local delivery on grill purchases $3.99 and up. It's Tools Ace Hardware, 13 convenient locations here in Central Florida, or you can just shop online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st, streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows opening a small business is a great achievement. They offer custom insurance solutions to fit your needs. Get a quote and find why over 1 million small business owners trust them at thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
Let me tell you a story. I had a client who got injured. He only asked for the insurance company to cover his rent for 3 months. They said no. We ended up getting him $325,000. Just call Mo. Mo Do It. Orlando's injury attorneys. Prospective client may not obtain same or similar results.
The Jim Colbert Show question of the day is brought to you by the Home Builders Network. That's Mike, the home builder, and that's the guy who can help you when it comes time to repairing things around your house. Maybe replacing things like a roof, doors, windows, gutters. Those are just some of the things you can get done through the Home Builders Network. Mike, the home builder, is the conduit to make that happen. That's who I reached out to when it came time to replace my roof a year ago. Got gutters with covers as well. And by the way, don't sleep on that. Covers on your gutters is great. In a year and a half, I have not had to climb a ladder to clean out gutters, and I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. You someone local, someone you can trust, nominated for Best Windows and Doors and also Best Roofing Contractor within the past year. It's the Home Builders Network, and you connect with them at hbnusa.com.
Create the perfect backyard this summer with Tools Ace Hardware. Tools Ace Hardware carries the best brands in outdoor cooking like Big Green Egg, Weber, Napoleon, Uni, Gosney, Rectech, and more. Tools also carries Polywood outdoor furniture made from durable recycled plastic that will last for years and won't fade. Tools has Adirondack chairs, rocking chairs, seating, and dining sets in stock and can special order any item quickly. Get free assembly and local delivery on any grill or patio furniture purchase $3.99 and up. Tools Ace has 13 convenient locations in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com for free in-store pickup or delivery. It's Tools Ace, the backyard place.
The best kept secret for couples and singles is a secret no more. Secret's Hideaway Resort and Spa, Kissimmee's adults only resort, is hosting a special poolside tasting of Triple R brand whiskey and tequila Del Toro this coming Saturday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Daisy Del Toro and Russ Rollins will be on hand for all of the poolside fun. Come Saturday for a taste and stay all weekend long for Secret's sexy Christmas in July. Visit secretsfl.com for more information and reservations. And don't miss Daisy Del Toro and Russ Rollins Saturday.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny final expense insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Radio now comes with moving pictures. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Don't forget, your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000, guys. Credit is your 5 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win that dough. We're on a cold front right now. We need some winners. We had two in one day and then blanked since then. Well, and this thing ends Friday.
It does, and we want another winner until then.
That's right. All right, 407-916-1041. Trying to figure out how to get Scott on the air. We'll do that here in 1 second. I can see him. I can see his handsome face. I just cannot hear his
dulcet tones. We'll get that 1 second here for you. All right, 407-916. All right, 1041. Be careful out there. A lot of stormy weather just draping along I-4 because it's convenient.
Yeah, it's awful weather right now.
Yeah, it's 522. When wouldn't you want to drape over I-4?
I think every day now, my drive home is a combination of me not trying to hydroplane,
right,
and then driving in torrential downpours the entire time.
I'm with you.
I got to get new tires on Friday because I just found that my daughter borrowed my truck to help move a little bit. And they ran over a nail or something, and then the guy said, "Yeah, it's time for tires anyway."
Really?
And I have to go get tires. I have to tell you, we were complaining a little bit about the price. Not that bad. I mean, it really wasn't that bad at all. I was pretty excited about it. I mean, you got to get some new rubber.
Well, because normally we talk about them being close to $1,000 when all is said and done.
That's right. And my wife just got new tires on her car, and we have an EV, and those things are super heavy. And man, when she had no tread, that thing became an ice skate. She said I couldn't even drive more than like 30 or 40 miles per hour because it was bad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, not good at all. And if you don't have good rain tires in this state, it can be very, very, very dangerous.
Absolutely.
All right, 407-916-1041. I just saw a tip of the cup.
I did too, and I have to say, it's not water. It's not an afternoon coffee.
I just saw a 5:30 tip of the cup.
Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
All right, we're trying to get.
Let's try talking to him. My concern is we're going to get feedback.
Yeah, Scott, are you there, buddy? I just saw a 5:30. Yeah. It's going to get a little feedback. Hey, just have him call, and then we'll do the segment like that, and then we'll kind of retool it. But what's happened here is we're doing a new streaming service.
Yep.
We're not on Zoom anymore, and all of our guests have used Zoom. So we're on a new streaming service that allows us some more flexibility for things that we're going to do on the air, and we're still just kind of working out those kinks and getting people connected that haven't done it before. This is Scott's first opportunity to do that, so we'll get him on in 1 sec.
But the great thing is that if you are watching our YouTube channel, you get to watch Jack play the part of engineer and producer all at the same time.
While Scott stares at him drinking wine.
I know.
All right, 407-916-1041. We'll get Scott here in 1 second. I know we have some interesting stuff to talk about. I called him today, and I was like, "Hey, man, one of the big questions that I hear when there's a change of at the White House,
yes, does politics really affect our personal finances?"
That's exactly the case. So we're going to talk about a couple of things, but one of the questions I posed to him is like, "Man, does it really matter that much? Like, who's in office? Because you hear that a lot." Like online, you hear that a lot. People saying, well, we need a Republican in there because, the market's so much better. Or we need a Democrat in there because, we can tame the markets and get Wall Street under control and blah, 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 blah. But
we just need a smart person in there.
Right. You wonder really how much that actually does affect your investment, your portfolio, your 401k, and those things. And Scott was dying to talk about it, so we'll get with him in 1 second. You
don't want to get in the way of his wine time.
No, you don't want to do that.
I mean, that's very important. He probably scheduled that. He probably wrote that in his calendar, if people still write things in their calendar.
Looked like a nice red there, too.
It did.
A nice little...
Maybe a nice Merlot.
Little Pinot Noir.
Oh,
yeah,
that's always a good choice.
All right, very good.
Always a good choice.
I think this is him right here. Scott, how you doing, buddy? Scotty, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. We're going to do this old school.
We're going to do it old school. All right, guys. As always, 5 o'clock or so, 5:20 every Tuesday, we do It's Only Money featuring our buddy Scott Brown from Edgewater Family Wealth. Good and loud for our buddy Scott Brown.
Woohoo! Yay!
How's it going, buddy?
It's going apparently a little less thunderstormy here than it is there.
Oh, no, it's pretty bad right here now, man. I mean,
That's what I hear.
It's really bad right now. Yeah. The thing is like every day, it's the stereotypical Florida storms. Every day around 3:30 or so, they roll in, and you just have to roll the dice and find out if you're going to be in the part of town that's going to get slammed. And it just so happens we live in the part of town that's been slammed recently. How about you?
It's calm here. It's not exactly beautiful, but it certainly looks. Yesterday was nuts out here, pretty crazy. So
Really?
It sounds like you're getting much of the same. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that stereotypical pattern of weather that we get this time of year all the time. Everybody just kind of learns how to deal with it. And what you don't want is the lightning strikes that cause problems, like happened here recently. Just struck a power station and put 10,000 people out of power.
Ooh, yuck.
That's not good.
Between CrowdStrike malfunctions and lightning strikes, it's been a little bit goofy the last few days.
It really has, man. Of course, Scott Brown calls us every single Tuesday around 5:20. He owns Edgewater Family Wealth, in business for 37-plus years here in Central Florida. Has been a fiduciary, a portfolio manager, a number of things. Basically, he's a guy that can help you direct your finances into a more positive area. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, I'll do whatever is needed. You want me to wash your car, clean the bathroom? I don't care. Let's just get this thing moving in the right direction.
I don't even believe a little bit of the car washing thing. But that's fine. I mean,
yeah. I might do it. You never know.
You're right. You may. All right. Let's tackle this thing real quick up front, Scott, and then we can get into the second topic as well. But, obviously, politically here in this country over the last few weeks, it's been kind of nuts. And now it looks like, there's no looks like, President Biden is stepping aside. He is ending his campaign. Kamala Harris, it looks like she's going to be the shoo-in for at least the Democratic nominee for president. Of course, we'll find out who wins in November. But be that as it may, I know that people stress out around this when it comes to their investments, Scott, their 401ks, where this stuff goes, what happens. And, I kind of wanted to ask you this, and this is just a personal thing for me, with all the rhetoric that you hear online, about what people know or don't know about the markets and how they're affected by elections, can you kind of give us an idea of how that really does happen? If elections and a changing of power in the White House really does affect your investments that much?
Well, I mean, if the question is, does it affect me as a professional who's in charge of helping people's money move forward? If it affects the way I think, I mean, a little bit, but I wouldn't say significantly. I mean, none of the basics change, right? You have to say, you could say to yourself, well, this person won or this person lost, and I'm not going to save. Well, I'm not convinced that's really a great way to go. I think the reality is, look, if we look statistically back at Democrats and Republicans, which at this point in our country, that's our choices, we know that statistically there's almost no difference. The difference nominally in terms of returns on whether it be the stock market as measured by the S&P 500 or the bond market as measured by the aggregate bond index, if we look at Republicans and Democrats across the board for the last 50 or 60 years, there's virtually the number's something, and don't quote me on this, but it's something like 10.4 to 10.3. I mean, it's ridiculously close, and I think for me, the presidency in more ways than one is more about tone. You're setting a tone. You're setting a tone as a leader. and what is your tone? So, a lot of people believe that if we have a Democratic president, that historically that means the tone is maybe a little more regulatory oriented. It means that maybe the higher end tax brackets get higher, and therefore, if you're a believer in trickle down economics, that possibly that has a negative impact on markets. The truth of the matter is, as I just stated, that has not held a whole lot of water. Conversely, if you believe that a Republican win, in this case in the form of Trump, means lower taxes, it maybe means a lighter regulatory environment, and the tone would be more business friendly, then you act a certain way. You may think the stock market makes more sense, right? You may say Trump talks a lot about reducing rates, putting pressure on the Fed, although the Fed is supposed to be apolitical. I'm not even going to get into that monster.
Do not.
We need a bottle of whiskey for that conversation. But the reality is that it's all about tone. Do I think less regulation, as would come from Republicans, is maybe good for business long term? As a capitalist, sure, I believe that to be true. Do I think that maybe the rhetoric coming out of the right about tariffs and clamping down on global trade, do I think that's long-term healthy? You could argue either way, right? You could say, is that good for U.S. manufacturing? And the answer is maybe. But if you're also a shopper who goes to a place like Walmart or Home Depot on a regular basis, you may see prices increase because of the tariffs being imposed on the goods coming from China and other places. I'm not judging whether those things are good or bad. I'm just telling you those are the things to think about. If you believe that Trump, if he were to win, and obviously he's ahead in the polls, were to put pressure on the Fed and somehow that pressure would come, and the reality is rates are probably coming down anyway.
Yeah.
But if we believe rates are coming down, and certainly a Republican administration lends themselves to that, then you maybe think, hey, the bond market looks pretty good right now because if rates come down, bond prices will go up. This might be a good time to lock in higher interest rates. If you believe, on the other hand, that Democrats are maybe more globally oriented and they believe they want to increase free trade amongst other nations, and somehow that improves the pricing on certain products in places like Walmart and places like Home Depot and alike, maybe their stocks will do better because of Democrats in office. There's so many things you can extrapolate, but I think you'd spend an awful lot of time on something you can't control and likely doesn't show up in terms of economics for a year or two, because the things that are being put in place today or yesterday, this is like a battleship or an aircraft carrier. You make a change to the economy, even if it's a substantive change, it's going to be a year or two or three before we know the outcomes from that. So do not get too caught up in what's happening today, because it's likely you won't see the effects of that for years to come.
Perfectly said. Thanks. I appreciate you clearing that up. A lot of people out there ask those questions in election years, and I wanted to get at least a little an idea from somebody who actually has tracked that over their career, and of course you have, right? Talking to Scott Brown here, Edgewater Family Wealth. We're doing It's Only Money like we do every single Tuesday at 5:20. Got a little bit of a late start because of a connection issue. I want to remind you guys that these guys do consultations all the time, and it costs you nothing. So when you can call Edgewater Family Wealth, you can go online, edgewaterfamilywealth.com, book your appointment, go in, talk about your scenario, and they can help you form a plan or at least tell you where to start.
Yeah, no, please. Again, edgewaterfamilywealth.com. We do a lot of consults, and, oftentimes these people don't become clients. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they're in a situation where they're trying to get to the point where they can become clients, and we've helped a lot of people, I think. And one of the things I'm most proud of over 37 years is I've helped a lot of people, not like I did anything magnificent or created any genius environment for them, but what I did was kind of eliminated a few myths, a few obstacles that were getting in their way, so that when they did get to those retirement years where they needed their money to work for them, they were able to do that. And again, if we're talking, if you want to talk about politics, I mean, the reality is you can talk about politics all you want, but if you're not saving, if you're not, managing your tax situation very well, if you're not being responsible with credit cards, I don't care who the president is. It is not, we have a lot of the dog ate my homework kind of mentality with people in politics. Like, I would be rich if that guy weren't president.
Right.
Well, I think you might be stretching the truth just a little bit.
All right, let's move on to our second topic here. It says how wealthy people consume financial services is different than most people. How is that?
Well, I think most people buy products, and it's not their fault because, let's face it, the Wall Street industry, the Wall Street machine sells products, sells mutual funds, sells annuities, sells whatever. And those things are just products. They're not good or bad. They're just products. And what happens to people is they spend an inordinate amount of time looking for the best product. Well, is an ETF better? Is a mutual fund better? Is an annuity better? How about a structured product? Should I be in a CD? Which money market is best? And they spend tons of time, waste a lot of time looking for the best product when the reality is they don't have their priorities right. What they should be doing is focusing on the long-term process and how the wealthy people, like if somebody comes into my office with kind of a naive attitude and they're like, well, I heard that annuities are the best, or I heard mutual funds are the best, or I heard ETFs are the way to go. I heard I shouldn't even use an advisor. I should just trade on my own, right? They're trying to find a magic pill, right? Whereas the wealthy come in and they say, look, I know this is a commodity when it comes to the stock market or the bond market. I want you to wade through all of the information, give me the best information, put me in the things that make the most sense for me. But what I want, number one, from you is to return my call when I have a question.
Yep.
I want you to answer that question to the best of your ability. If you don't know the answer, get me the answer. And most importantly for the wealthy is I want you to give me back my time. I don't want to spend hours on the taxes. I don't want to spend days picking the right thing. That is what I'm hiring you for. So the wealthy, their priorities are different. And to get wealthy, I would say your priorities need to be different. What is the process? You know, the number one reason that people leave financial advisors is not return. That's like number 5. The number one reason people leave financial advisors is because they don't get their phone call returned or their question answered in a timely fashion. And if you don't get those two things, then you're kind of wasting your time and you need to find another relationship.
Yeah. That paralysis by analysis thing is as true as it gets in so many different parts of your life. I can assume that financially it would also be there as well.
Yeah, again, people are looking for the quote-unquote best thing, and the best thing changes from week to week, day to day. Like you may say, well, NVIDIA is the best stock. Well, maybe today, but that doesn't mean, in fact, I can assure you that means it won't be the best. It was Tesla a couple of years ago. It was Apple before that. It was Micron. I mean, I could go down the list of stocks we're the stock to own. We don't even talk about those other stocks I just mentioned anymore, right?
No.
Right? Because NVIDIA, everybody has to own NVIDIA, right? So, and P.S., I'm joking for the lawyers out there. So the reality is that stop looking for the best thing and build a process for yourself where you don't need the best thing. You just need to do a good thing.
And you need to do it sooner than later. That's the other thing I've learned about that, because I've actually had to go through that paralysis by analysis thing quite a bit because I'm a hyper.
You can just stop at hyper.
Yeah. I just really like a lot of information before I make a decision, and usually, unfortunately, that lasts longer than the decision. My wife is one of these people just make a decision, man. Just pull the trigger on something and let's go. You know, I try to get so much information that I wind up not making the move in a timely manner, and I'm really trying to avoid that. It's part of my psyche, unfortunately.
Yeah, when you think about that, you can make an okay decision or a good decision into a great decision, but you can't make a non-decision into anything.
Right.
Right? So if you spend an inordinate amount, you spend 2 years researching what the best fund is or the cheapest fund or the best financial advisor or the whatever. You could spend 2 years doing that and not save a dime, not put any money in your 401k, not look into your tax situation, not spend time with a good decision if you could have made 2 years ago and have twice as much money today. People, and part of that is, I think part of that is procrastination. It's like, I'm not going to do a workout until I have the best workout. I'm not,
right.
I'm going to do push-ups, but I got to figure out is it military push-ups? Is it wide push-ups? And I'm going to spend 3 years figuring out which push-up to do. In the meantime, I'm going to do no push-ups.
That's so funny. Yeah, I did this when I started playing guitar. I went out and bought a very good guitar and a very good amp, and my process was, well, I have the best equipment, so now I can't blame my poor playing on that.
Right.
So
right. Think of you and I's favorite thing, golf, right? How many guys go out and buy all new driver and Like, you're still hitting it into the woods, dude. It's not the driver. You need to put the time in at the rain.
I talked to somebody. I'll tell you a funny story. I used to play golf with a very famous car dealer here in Orlando for a while, and this cat used to come to the golf course every week with a new set of irons and a new driver. And I'm not talking cheap. I mean, every time he changed it, it would be like $2,000, and perpetually would jack balls into the woods. I'd be like, look, dude. That ball just cost you $750. Stop.
Yeah.
You're not getting any better. You're changing equipment every other week, and you're not getting any better. And he's a pretty good player. That's the thing. He's a good player, but he would do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's what we do as human beings. It's just easier to blame some outside factor that we really. It's like why we blame presidents and politicians, right? It's just easy.
Yeah, it's easier.
Like, listen. The Secretary of State didn't make you spend $400 on a dinner you couldn't afford. The president didn't make you go into credit card debt. The president didn't make you not save in your 401k. You can like or dislike candidates all you want. I don't care. But don't blame people you'll never meet, never cross paths with for your economic woes. That's just childish.
Yeah, absolutely childish. Well, Scott, look, man, I know we had a little bit of a rough start, but I appreciate your call as always. And remember, if you want one of these consultations, guys, look, this has been a real big eye-opener for a lot of people in our audience. When we were going to the seminars before the summer, we'll start that up again in the fall. But these consultations have been gigantic eye-openers. And I think one of the biggest things that it's allowed people to see is the hurdle that they think is in front of them to at least start towards some financial freedom isn't as big as they think it is. They create this monster in their heads, Scott, before they get started. And then when they come and talk to you and they realize, oh, that's all I got to do, they make it so much more, you guys make it so much more achievable,
I hope so. That's kind of the goal. Is if nothing else comes from these interactions, is that you walk away a little bit more informed and a little more inspired to take action. That's really all we're looking for.
Again, that's EdgewaterFamilyWealth.com, 37-plus years here in Central Florida. And if you want some great sage advice on how to begin your saving life, these guys can do it for you for sure.
All right. Appreciate it.
Always good
Thank
seeing
you,
you.
Scott.
Get loud, Scott Brown.
Yay! Woohoo!
Also, he has a couple books at EdgewaterFamilyWealth.com as well. You should probably read those. Really good information in there. And, of course, they don't charge anything for them. Scott, we'll see you next week. Have a good weekend, buddy.
All right, 10-4. Stay dry.
You got it. All right, 407-916-1041. Load them up. Trivia is next.
You have a prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO Moving.com.
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Aaron Rodgers continued to go on the defensive, discussing his mini-camp absence. The Jets already called it an unexcused absence. Why can't he just own it? Instead of avoiding these trivial battles, Aaron just goes head on. The Jets have good players. Now they need some real leadership. That's always been their issue. Aaron, are you listening? I'm Colin Cowherd.
With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are just 45 cents each at Staples. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program. Ends 9/14. Prices valid in select stores. Limit 30. Save big on back to school at Staples.
This July, celebrate America's independence with a fresh view from Renewal by Andersen. You know, their custom-built, energy-efficient windows and doors will not only enhance the beauty and value of your home, but also increase your comfort. And they do that by keeping the heat and humidity out, not to mention the dust and the noise. That's because their unique Fibrex material combines both elegance and resilience, offering you double the strength of traditional vinyl. Right now, buy any 4 windows or patio doors and get the 5th free. Plus, enjoy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 18 months. Don't miss this limited time offer. Visit rbafla.com to schedule your free consultation today. And if you're looking for a new career, great news. They're still hiring experienced window and door installers. So celebrate freedom and comfort with Renewal by Andersen, official sponsor of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, go to rbafla.com for details. License number CGC 1527613.
Buying a diamond is one of the hardest things a guy can do.
Meet International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
It's not my job to sell you. My job is to protect you.
And that starts with fair pricing.
We don't play pricing games. We don't mark it up 400% to give you 50% off to make you feel like you got a good deal. We price it straight.
No retail games, no nonsense. Just rock bottom prices on one of the largest selections of certified diamonds in America.
Most stores are going to be able to show you 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 7. We can show you hundreds and hundreds of diamonds.
International Diamond Center, the only store here owned by a major diamond supplier with worldwide connections and enormous buying power, so you can buy like a dealer buys.
I've done all the hard work to bring the best value, the best quality diamond to you direct, period.
Exquisite diamonds straight from the diamond cutters.
There is no middleman. It's cutter, us, you.
International Diamond Center, 4 Orlando locations, and online at shopidc.com.
Before you ask her, ask us.
Get into summer with iHeart80s. iHeart80s goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Summer is here.
Things are heating up. Literally.
Need help paying that AC bill? Well, Real Radio is giving you a chance to win $1,000 by putting $1,000 in your hand. You know the deal with our national contest. We'll give you a keyword at the top of every hour from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and all you have to do is enter it on our website at realradio.fm for your chance to win. 13 chances every weekday, blah, blah, blah. We want you to win, so if you get a call, make sure you answer your phone, because that's the key to winning. This contest is brought to you locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're seeing the unseeable. Using advanced imaging technology, our experts can look deeper into the human body, uncovering the smallest of details that would otherwise go unnoticed, leading to more accurate diagnoses and treatments. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Divorce? Call Trenley and Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Don't forget, guys, your 5 o'clock keyword is money. Credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Credit, guys, that is your 5 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win that dough.
Yeah, we do.
Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
And Jack has the Jackie Sack.
All aboard.
Chugga chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
All right, here is the deal with the Jackie Sack today and all week long. A pair of tickets and a parking pass to SeaWorld Orlando, where you get to enjoy savory tastes and tunes. They're returning to SeaWorld with bands, brews, and barbecue. Over 130 menu items of regional recipes, cocktails, craft beers, and more. So don't miss SeaWorld's bands, brew, and barbecue. That's happening every weekend this summer. And if you want to learn more, just go online to SeaWorldOrlando.com. That is the Jackie Sack, and it's brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. Go local. Support a family-owned and operated Orlando moving and storage company, and keep it local by mentioning the Jim Colbert Show, because that bad boy's going to get you a discount. Book them today at centomoving.com. That's C-E-N-T-O moving.com. Clickety-clack, back to you.
Thank you, Deb. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Who goes first today, buddy?
Oh, first is going to be Stacy.
Stacy right there at the bottom. Stacy, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. Would you like to play a little game with us?
I would love to.
Let's do it.
Game show.
All right, Stacy, this is a real easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers, Stacy, it is a lie. It's a swerve.
No.
I'm trying to fool you.
Damn it.
But if you outsmart me and you choose the correct answer, you are going to SeaWorld with a parking pass. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
Pretty easy to do.
On this day in 1965, that's 1965, wise ass, musician, founding member of an iconic American rock band, hard rock band, has a very distinctive calling card. He wrote one of rock's most recognizable guitar
Gene Simmons?
intros.
No. Robert Plant?
He's not hiding a rabbit under that hat.
Oh, Steven Tyler.
Slash is the answer. That's right. Here are 3 fun facts about Slash and one sweet child of a lie.
He looks smelly.
Yeah, he does look smelly. All right, buddy, we're talking about Slash here. Stacy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Number 1, Slash's real name is Saul Hudson. Number 2, Slash quit smoking cigarettes at 27 years old. He got help from his friend, music legend Bette Midler. Number 3, Slash was born in London and lived there until he was 6 years old. Or lastly, before Slash was introduced to the guitar, he was a champion BMX racer with aspirations to be a motocross star. Which of those is a lie?
I'm going to say number 2.
That's the one. You're a winner.
Wow!
Right off the bat, old stumbly bumbly Jim gives you the answer right off the bat. There you go.
Don't look at me like I jinxed it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ray J and
There
Stan.
you go. Sorry, guys. Literally my first answer in like a week and a half. I've been mapping it.
It's a pretty good run.
Not bad. Yeah, his real name is Saul Hudson. You know what doesn't say rock and roll?
Saul Hudson.
Saul Hudson. You know what says really good taxes? Or really? Yeah, Saul
Right,
Hudson.
exactly.
Let's see. Slash was born in London. I actually learned that today. I did not know that.
Wow.
He was born in London, just outside of Trent-on-Stoke, and moved here to Los Angeles when he was 6 years old. And then Slash was introduced to the guitar. But before that, he was a champion BMX racer, and he wanted to be a motocross star. That's what he really wanted to do in his life, is ride motorcycles on tracks. And there are videos. If you go to YouTube, you can see videos of not him riding as a kid, but he does this interview with a guy who's a BMX guy, and he rides the bike around a little bit. Dude, like he was born on the thing.
Oh, wow.
Pretty crazy. It's awesome to know that he was an athlete.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why that's so cool to me. A few other things you may not know about Slash before we get to the top of the hour. How do you think he got his nickname? Where do you think Slash came from?
Girlfriend cut his tires.
That's actually not a bad guess. I would have probably guessed exactly something like that.
I'm going to go boring and say it was some move on the soccer pitch.
How funny is that? So what happened was there was an old friend of the family who was an actor, and he would hang around the house all the time, and he named him Slash. And the reason why is, as a kid, this guy was constantly moving fast, apparently. Like, he'd come in, he'd talk fast, he did everything fast. So
Can't think of anybody who's like that.
So the friends started calling him Slash because he slashed through the house and slashed through life. That's how he got it. And he said he hasn't been called Saul by anybody since he was 13 years old. Only his grandmother would call him Saul.
Oh, wow.
Everybody else, including his mom and dad, called him Slash for the rest of his life.
What?
He goes, his grandma and cops.
That's right.
Because Saul Hudson is on his driver's license still when he gets pulled over. He is a self-taught guitar player.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Now, when he discovered guitar after riding BMX, he got obsessed with it. He said he would practice a minimum for years, 12 hours a day.
Whoa.
He would just sit in his room and play guitar over and over and over. Same story Eddie Van Halen tells. Eddie Van Halen would tell stories about sitting in his room playing guitar, looking out his windows at all of his buddies playing football or soccer or tag or doing whatever, riding their bikes. He would be in his room just doing scales and learning how to play guitar.
I guess it worked out for him.
Yeah, it did. Before Guns N' Roses formed, Slash auditioned for another very famous 80s glam band.
Poison.
Poison is the answer.
Nice.
Wow, that just popped into my head.
How about this? He lost the job to CeCe DeVille. They actually chose CeCe DeVille over Slash. Can you imagine?
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine Poison with Slash? More importantly, Guns N' Roses without Slash.
Yeah, no doubt.
Incredible. And then lastly here, how do you think he whiles away the time while on tour?
Knitting.
Chess.
2 really good guesses. Apparently, this guy is a voracious reader.
Oh.
And he reads anything about World War II or court crime drama. That's what he likes to do. He says he's read hundreds of books.
That is a hobby for a Saul.
Yeah.
A Saul Henson?
Yeah, no. Saul Hudson.
Hudson.
There you go.
There we go.
But I have to tell you, man, if you haven't really listened to this guy talk or interviews with him, do it. Man, he is a really smart, well-spoken, well-rounded dude. He doesn't sound like a broed out, like rock metal burnout at all. The guy is like really on point and pretty smart. It's actually kind of interesting. So check that out. There he is, Slash. Today is his birthday. I think he's 59 today.
Wow.
Still
Happy birthday, Slash.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We'll revisit that. Did you date or marry anybody that your friends didn't like, or were you that person? We'll do that next.
Casino passes for the 2024 Just Call Mo Real Radio Celebrity Poker Tournament are still available. Go to realradio.fm/poker for more info.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. goldsmithjewelry.com.
Delays are heavy on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area as you travel east and westbound on the interstate through downtown and by the major attractions exits. A disabled vehicle still blocks the shoulder eastbound on I-4 near Fairbanks Avenue. Looking at a crash blocking the on-ramp to I-4 eastbound from Lee Road. If you see traffic problems, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Osceola County.
Want to give your child a learning experience that's free, fun, and gets them ready for the future? The voluntary pre-kindergarten program is your answer. It's available at no cost to any 4-year-old child residing in the state of Florida. Visit our website at elcosceola.org. That's elcosceola.org.
Guys, the Family 4-Pack is back. Florida residents, check it out. You can save with this exclusive offer featuring discounted tickets for a party of 4 to Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. And you can discover something real this summer. The Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex is the only place where you can meet an astronaut, touch a moon rock, stand nose to nose with the real Space Shuttle Atlantis, and so much more. It is one of our favorite places to go. We broadcast live over there so many times, and it's so interesting and hands-on. That's what's great about it. So if you're looking to launch into bold new territory this summer, do it at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, and do it at a down-to-earth price, of course. Calling all explorers, it's time. Come face-to-face with real space and cutting-edge innovations of space exploration from NASA. Explore more and grab your family passes today at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman. Instead of talking about how great my law firm is, let's talk about autism awareness. In Central Florida alone, there are thousands of children on the autism spectrum, including my son Jacob. I'm not asking for a donation, but just a couple seconds of kindness when you see one of our children out in public. It will make a huge difference. If you want or need any information concerning the autism community, contact me at jeff@whenyouneedus.com. Offices, Orlando.
Experience life now at Orlando Science Center. Life is an all-new exhibit featuring animals and immersive galleries. Meet a sleepy sloth, playful monkey, a baby shark, a curious owl, and more. Learn about issues impacting their habitats and how you can make a difference. Get tickets and more at osc.org.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one.
It's one thing to suffer from allergies as an adult, but it's really tough on kids, running around with sniffles or stuffy nose during recess or practice. Not to mention it's hard to concentrate in school when you're not feeling well. And then you feel bad because you forgot to give them their allergy meds before they left. All of that can be a thing of the past, thanks to Aspire Allergy and Sinus. They've helped thousands, including children, with their kid-friendly allergy testing and pain-free allergy drops. Schedule your appointment today while the kids are out of school. Go to aspireallergy.com. That's aspireallergy.com.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, but a video is priceless. I'm attorney Mo DeWitt, and we have access to every single traffic camera in the state of Florida. Injured on the go, Just call Mo, Orlando's injury attorneys.
My friends at Mills Air have been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. They're a Carrier Factory authorized dealer, and there are rebates that you get up to $1,275 on a brand new Carrier unit. If you're going to go with the experts, you got to go with Carrier, and you got to go with millsair.com. That's where I got my system. I absolutely love it. And you got to make sure you do maintenance on your AC system. They do service on all brands of AC, and it can detect and prevent an upcoming breakdown for you and save you a lot of money. You can count on millsair.com.
Hey, Cam, mind sending me over our new Wi-Fi password?
Oh, sorry, Mitch, you can't be trusted. What? It's your phone. It's different than mine.
Cam! And I thought I was a judgy one.
No, it's just messages between different devices aren't encrypted.
Okay. Since when do you know about encryption?
I know what encryption is, and it's because I'm the last line of defense against any would-be Wi-Fi thieves.
Cam, come on.
Okay, fine. I'll send it somewhere more private.
Thank you.
Safely send messages between different devices on WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at CentoMoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Buying a house or selling yours? The Nickley Group makes it as easy as ABC. And 1, 2... Oh, and fast, too, because the Nickley Group can get a guaranteed cash offer on your home today. Just visit thenickleyGroup.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM, Cocoa Beach, Orlando, an iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, money, M-O-N-E-Y, money. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
So back in the day, I dated a girl who I ended up marrying, and my best friend and his parents I was really tight with. They kind of gave me a look when I said I was going to marry her, and never said anything, but I just kind of got a vibe. And sure enough, on our wedding night, she threw a fit. I lost the friendship with my best friend and his family, and we ended up getting divorced years later, and I haven't spoken to any of them.
Oh, man.
That's a bummer.
That would suck. You know, I think people have to have a kind of an understanding, you know? I mean, you know, I don't know, man. That is such a tough thing. 407-916-1041. Your 6 o'clock keyword is money, M-O-N-E-Y. Go to realradio.fm. Send it off. Maybe you'll win that $1,000, guys.
We'd like it if you did.
Time for a winner. This is your last week, by the way. Money is your 6 o'clock keyword. Realradio.fm. Send it off. Keep your phone on. Keep it near. And answer it when they call.
But somebody did just text us at 77031 saying, none of my friends liked my wife when I started dating her. Been married 29 years so far.
Yeah, man. It is one of those things. By the way, welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. It is one of the things. And I have a unique perspective because I have 4 kids and they all dated. So not only do, you know, I have my experience to kind of go through, not only do I have that, you know, where I had friends who were like, what are you doing?
Right.
That I can look at my kids' relationships as they were bringing over boyfriends and girlfriends and go, and how do you tell your kid, by the way, dude, you're making a mistake. And that goes back to the thing that Jack and I were talking about. You know, Jack and I have a mutual friend. We've known for quite a while. He got married years and years ago. And I think kind of the inner core group of friends, really were kind of concerned about the woman. She just didn't really seem to be kind of his thing. Would you agree with that, Jack? You don't have to.
No, I did not see that at the time.
You didn't?
I didn't.
Well, my wife has that radar.
Yeah.
And she's the one that kind of clued me in on it.
Mine is broke.
Oh, yeah. She clued me in on it because we left the house one time after an event there. And my wife kind of pointed out a couple of things that she found a little squirrely.
Yeah.
And then as I started kind of thinking about it, I was like, yeah, you're right. And then I had an incident with this person about 6 months after that, an accident that happened at their house during an event. And, we got blamed for it as if we did it on purpose. And that person came unglued.
Yeah.
And then really started showing her colors. And then after they initially divorced, that became a nightmare. And then down the road, we were all talking. This was actually not that long ago, probably a couple of years ago. And we kind of said that because he was telling his stories about what happened with his relationship. And he was like, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you guys? And I'm like, are you kidding, buddy?
Right.
I mean, think about how that would have gone if I would have looked at you and you're a month or a month and a half away from, committing your life to this person. And I would have said, hey, buddy, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a hundo on this one.
Chances are you would have been the losing party and not the person you were even warning them about.
I would have.
I think most times that's how it gets played, right?
Yeah. That's why it's so hard. It can be tricky unless you know the friendship with the person. But if you find out that someone's spouse is cheating, it's tricky because even if they could be your best friend, you could quickly end up becoming the enemy.
You can.
Because if they don't want to believe it, then you're the bad person that's trying to break them up.
Yeah, what are you trying to do, ruin my life?
Exactly.
Wait a minute, I'm not going cheating on you, dude.
Right.
And I don't know if this is like more male eccentric or female eccentric. Do women have that thing? Like with guys, there's like this understood thing. Like let's just say, in a different world, Jack was dating somebody and I was like, I don't know, buddy. If I thought this to myself, like I'm not 100% sure that's the route you should be going. I see some warning signs. Do I pull Jack aside and say that, or do I let destiny take its course, and then kind of go from there? Because I mean, with guys, like I don't have a guy relationship where I could step in and say that. Like I don't have all my guy relationships, all my buddies. It would just be one of those things you got to learn on your own, got to grind it out. Are women like that? Could you go up to a best friend if they were dating somebody squirrely and say, "Hey, look, have you considered this aspect of the personality?"
Yeah,
you would.
Yeah, depending on the level of friendship and how many years we've been friends, I would consider it a personal duty.
Yeah, I think I would probably appreciate it, but I would also think I'd be a little sticky about it.
Yeah, it's hard not to be. I mean, your emotions are involved.
Yeah, I think I'd get a little precious about it. I'd be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe you should not say things like that.
And don't think I know? You don't think I'm smart enough to think I'm fooled?
Thank you, Jack.
I'm with her every day.
Right, exactly. How could you know more than I know?
Yeah, you don't understand.
Now,
there you go.
You don't understand our love.
And just to give you an idea of how bad this chick was that I dated, God. There are people in this building who made no bones about it. Like, no bones about it. Quote, unquote, what are you doing? My boss back in the day. Like, you talking about bridging that gap of what you should be saying to an employee.
Right.
We just happen to be good buddies. One of the greatest dudes ever. Like, one of the greatest dudes ever. And I remember having a conversation about music. I would go in his office, just shut the door, and we would regularly have hour-and-a-half-long conversations about just music, the trends of music, what's going on.
Right.
And in the context of that, at the end of one of these conversations, there was this weird pause, and he just kind of looks at me, and he goes, what are you doing? And I go, what do you mean, what am I doing? He goes, with what's her face? And he said the name,
Right.
And I said, what do you mean with what's her face? He goes, if you make a move on that in any permanent way, shape, or form, I will kill you. Like, I will straight up drag you by your feet in a sensible room and slap you about the head and shoulders until you come to yourself. And turns out he was 1,000% right. She was a complete maniac. It was the greatest day of my life to get rid of her.
But how did you receive that at the time? Now, obviously, you had a high level of respect for this person, so you probably didn't get in his face about it.
Kind of laughed it off a little bit, to be honest with you. Yeah, because of the position of the gentleman. He was the second most powerful person in the building. And because of the gentleman's position and provenance as, as someone in this business, someone who I've leaned on for a lot of advice throughout my career in this business, I considered him, and I still do. We don't talk as much we actually don't talk much at all anymore, but I did consider his advice as sage as it gets. And I kind of laughed about it a little bit. And it just so turns out it was starting to turn a little bit. Just at that time.
So he caught you at just the right time.
I saw a couple cracks in the armor. And I was like, yeah, maybe this guy is.
He sees something.
Well, he wouldn't say it if he didn't think it had value.
Sure.
I mean, he would not be that guy. He would never waste the time or take the chance of alienating me as a buddy to say something like that if he didn't think it was valid.
That had to be a fun meeting.
Oh, yeah. I've had a couple of these dudes that my daughters have brought home. And I'm like, they just walk in the door. I'm like, no.
Really?
No. No. No.
Have you ever done that, Jack? Does a father wait for the day he gets to intimidate a young man who comes through his front door?
I got to tell you, I don't know about Jack. I actually looked at it the exact opposite way. I wanted to like every single dude that my kids brought home. I wanted that to happen more than anything. The last thing I wanted is to have a confrontational relationship with a boyfriend of one of my kids. That's the last thing I wanted.
Correct. Life is easier that way. You want your daughter to be, or any child to be, with someone who's nice and treats them well and they're good people. And when they're not, you have to approach it carefully, because you run the risk of the backlash where then now it's out of spite, and the motivation to stay in that relationship is now altered because you intervened.
Do you when you approach stuff like that? I don't know how your pop did it with you or how anybody in your family did it with you, but when you approach stuff like that, when I would do it, I would not say you shouldn't do this. I would say, have you considered this?
Oh, that's funny. My parents would just come up with really funny nicknames, and whether or not you wanted to keep hearing that nickname was whether or not you continued seeing that individual.
Look, I know dads that have done that as well.
My brother was the king of that, and then mom and dad would go, "Ha ha, good one, let's do that." Yeah. From those hefty commercials. Yeah, that's fun.
Jack, did you get? I mean, when you were younger, when you brought girls home, did your sisters and your mom? Because, I mean, you had all sisters and a mom. So, I mean, I would think it would be difficult because they're very judgy. Women are very judgy about other women.
Which is why I never brought women home in that regard. It was more on the, QT.
Yeah, on the down low, on the DL.
Yeah. It's like, let's sneak in now.
There you go.
Sneak in now.
How about you, Jimmy? Did you sneak him in?
You know what? The girl I dated all through high school, my parents liked. I mean, she came from a very good family, is a good person, was a good person, whatever. And that wasn't really even a thing. I dated her from, I think, 10th grade all the way until I graduated. So there was I only had the one girlfriend in high school. I really didn't have anybody else. And they loved her.
I remember that story.
Yeah, she
that was the girlfriend you know.
Yeah, she had a doctor dad, came from an affluent family and stuff.
Oh, you're describing my high school.
Yeah, right. And so I didn't and there would be no reason to dislike her. She was a very sweet person and no reason to. So
you should have come to my high school.
Yeah. Down here it's a little different.
Those doctors' daughters up there were real.
Oh, were they?
Oh,
pieces of work, huh?
Just
absolute
so
choice.
Fun.
All right. But I didn't have one that my fam, I didn't have one where people are like, God, what are you doing?
Yeah,
with
no,
this?
I was lucky to not have that either.
I didn't have any issue like that. I would think that women probably have more experiences like that when they bring men home. I would think moms would be considerably more judgmental with their sons than a dad would be with the daughters.
Oh.
No?
More than the dad? Yeah.
I think moms are very protective, and moms and dads are hyper protective of daughters, or maybe moms of sons.
Well, moms of sons, because there is no woman that's going to love my son better than I am.
Right, yeah.
And she's just a
right
wench.
But
leave my boy alone.
And the girls have that whole, gonna take you away kind of scenario.
Well, they say that when a daughter marries, you gain a son. When a son marries, you lose a son.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the daughters stay more connected with their mothers, right? When they start having children and such. Whereas when a boy gets married, there's that pressure of going to the wife's family and then splitting but that's the old saying I've always heard.
Yeah.
When a daughter marries, you gain a son. When a son marries, you lose a son.
Yeah, I mean, there were no issues with my first wife and my mom and dad, or my mom. My dad I only met her a little bit, but there was no issue there. Really, they didn't have a problem. I don't think her parents were gigantic fans of mine. I think they tolerated me more than anything.
Oh, come on.
I have some audio. We have audio evidence of at least some of that for sure. All right, 407-916-1041. Let's just say I did not fit the mold I believe that my ex-wife's parents had for what they thought she was going to date. In other words, permed, chip-tooth, mullet face from Palatka wasn't exactly what they had her planned out to be with. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Don't forget, guys, your 6 o'clock keyword is money, M-O-N-E-Y. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. The world is a-changing, guys. The Esports World Cup is around the corner.
Oh.
And I'll give you an idea of how much money is up for grabs right after this.
It's going to be gross.
Dancing naked around your kitchen is a lot better with your best friends.
Seriously.
I mean,
why would you encourage that?
Just say, Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Major delays reported along I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for those traveling east and westbound on the interstate. Looking at a crash blocking the shoulder eastbound just before the Turnpike exit. On the Turnpike, there is a crash southbound just before the I-4 exit, blocking the shoulder as well, causing heavy backups on the toll road. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Man, here in Central Florida, it is vital that your AC works perfectly every single time. That's one of the many reasons I suggest my friends over at Mills Air. These guys are like heroes. When Deb's mom's AC quit, and the AC company that installed it for her would not respond, she called Mills. They came to her rescue. When Jack walked into his house months back and his house was 85 degrees, Mills came to the rescue. When Ross and Olivia were told by an AC company that their house couldn't even have AC because it was designed so weird they couldn't get vents or duct in there, they came through. That's what they do. They come through, and they do it with shining integrity as well. 30-plus years of experience here in Central Florida. Let them use that to make sure your AC never quits on you. Their preventive maintenance plan is one of those things. It's like a tune-up for your AC. They go through every aspect of it and make sure it's ready to go to keep you nice and cool all summer long. Plus, they're Carrier factory-authorized dealers. That means up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand-new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier and certainly turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. Call these guys today and schedule that very important appointment. It's 407-277-1159. Online, it's easy. It's millsair.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're seeing the unseeable. Using advanced imaging technology, our experts can look deeper into the human body, uncovering the smallest of details that would otherwise go unnoticed, leading to more accurate diagnoses and treatments. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
This July, celebrate America's independence by giving yourself a fresh view with Renewal by Andersen. Free yourself from those single-pane aluminum windows, all that lost AC, not to mention your weathered front door with the latest designs from Renewal by Andersen. Their custom-built, energy-efficient windows and doors will enhance the beauty and value of your home and also increase your comfort by keeping that heat and humidity out and the dust and noise too. And that's because their unique Fibrex material combines both elegance and resilience, offering you double the strength of traditional vinyl. Right now, buy any 4 windows or patio doors and get the 5th free. Plus, enjoy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 18 months. Don't miss this limited time offer. Visit rbafla.com to schedule your free consultation today. And if you're looking for a new career, they're hiring experienced window and door installers. Celebrate freedom and comfort with Renewal by Andersen, official sponsor of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-954-3322, 800-954-3322, 800-954-3322.
And now, another insurance story from...
Smart Bunny, Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own you-know-what?
Honey, shh. I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app.
The Smart Bunny app?
Like on your phone?
I know what an app is.
For the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny, Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
When you call me for an injury case, you don't pay a dime unless we win. The call and the advice are always free. Injured on the go, just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys.
Zero Foxtrot isn't just a brand. It's a way of life. Founded and operated by veterans, Zero Foxtrot's unique apparel and gear echoes the grit of the warrior culture. Zero Foxtrot dedicates itself to producing content, honoring the sacrifices of forgotten heroes of the past, and connecting history to the present. Embark on a journey with Zero Foxtrot today at zerofoxtrot.com. It's not merely our products. It's about the ethos that we embody. Rugged, resilient, and timeless.
The final countdown begins. Team USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the Summer Games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
This hour of programming is brought to you by My Home Builders Network. Need a new roof? Then you need Mike and his team at hbnusa.com.
Are you offended? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
15 and 9. My 15-year-old is the first one to drink.
Hey y'all, it's B out here from the land of cruise ships and peacocks. I want to remind you that in the 80s and 90s, if you was dating a girl in Brevard County, when you went over to pick her up on the first date, her daddy was cleaning some type of weapon, whether it was a handgun or a shotgun. That kept you straight.
Hi, you guys. I am a mom of 3 daughters, 18, 15, and 9. My 15-year-old is the first one to bring boys home. And I feel like every time I give the stamp of approval, she's like, no, he's out. Yeah. So I no longer do that. And she's with an amazing boy right now. And I just stay in the wings quietly and pray for her. I don't have boys, so I don't know the other end. Thank you guys for a wonderful show.
Thank you.
Ever since I married my wife 38 years later, I've been the black sheep of my family all over the planet. And, oh well, doesn't matter now.
A daughter's a daughter all of her life. A son's a son till he takes a wife.
And there you have it.
Yeah, there you go. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Money is your 6 o'clock keyword, MONEY. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Money, guys. That is your 6 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win for sure. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
Super happy. We've been talking about, Jack and Ross, when Ross was with the show, Jack and Ross would, talk about their video games. We made fun of Red Dead Redemption. And I know
it's so great.
And I know that, what were some of the other ones that you guys would play?
Fallout.
Starfield was
Yeah.
one that dropped right as he was at the end there.
Yeah. He finished it. I started it last year. I finished it 2 days ago.
Oh, really?
Wow. Sunday I finished it.
Wow. How long did it take you?
A year.
A year. But that's sporadically playing, though.
Maybe sometimes just 15 minutes, 20 minutes a day, sometimes not,
Yeah. Did it seem insurmountable to beat it when you started playing it? Did it seem like, oh, my God, this is going to take a lifetime?
Well, yeah, because it's pretty vast, and you can make it a lot longer because they have a lot of what they call side quests and side missions.
Right, yeah.
Which you don't have to do. You have a main storyline, which you can run through the main storyline, complete it, and knock it out in a couple dozen hours. But if you want to do all the little stuff,
get the feel of the thing,
then suddenly you are talking. You could invest over 100, close to 200 hours into a game.
Wow!
Which is why you that's when you're looking at $60, $70 a game. But if you look at how many hours you get out of it, then it's an entertainment trade-off.
Let me ask you, because you do this, I do not. My son games.
Mm-hmm.
What do you consider as the amount of time that's acceptable for playing a day?
So for me, because I am in a relationship and I would like to spend time with my wife, and my wife is so
understanding.
Thank you, understanding. She'll watch me play, and but so I try not to inflict it on her too much. But if she has a gig, I'm spending that time playing video games.
Yeah. But when do you start feeling bad about it? Like if you're playing, let's say it's a Saturday, you have the time and nobody else is in the house, right? And you could, theoretically, you could play all day long if you wanted. Your inner, like I should be doing something else, whatever you call that.
This happened to me this weekend.
When does your alarm go off? How many hours does that take?
I cannot get to 2 hours without thinking I got to do yard work.
Right. Something.
And I did. And that's exactly what I did this weekend.
Right.
I'm like, all right, I'm going out to do yard work.
Right.
Yeah.
I will tell you, like, I don't game. I do play online poker. Not for money, just for fun. But I do love it as much as anything. I love seeing hands. Poker is like the greatest. And even though the algorithm sucks and it's not like real poker, it's still seeing hands and it's still fun. And then on the other, like I'll split screen, I'll watch like videos and stuff while I kind of tool around. I did that while watching the British Open this weekend. After about an hour and a half of doing that, it's like, this is a time suck, and I feel like a complete POS just sitting here wasting time doing nothing. But I did manage another hour. But that's about my limit, is about an hour and a half or 2 hours before I think, maybe this is a little bit about the same time as watching a couple TV shows or a movie.
Exactly, because then it's like, okay, I have to do something productive. And so when I shouldn't have, I could have been more productive playing the game. I went out to cut the lawn. I have a lawnmower that Larry, we just heard him. He gifted me a lawnmower, and it's a lawn boy with drive. Third time cutting the lawn, the drive stopped working.
Oh man, that's why I gave it to you. Good job, Larry.
Now pushing it is like twice as hard as you would a free rolling lawnmower.
Oh yeah.
And in that 110-degree heat, and I'm like, I'm gonna finish this lawn. I was white.
Okay.
Then I'm like, wait a second, I got a weed whack. Weed whacker works great. I pick up all these weeds. I'm throwing them in the and then in the can, and then my skin starts burning.
A
heroin problem?
I don't know what it was.
Stinging nettle?
It probably was a stinging nettle.
Okay.
Did you get little bumps?
Maybe.
You got to pee on it next time, buddy.
No,
You got to pee on your arm.
My arm and my legs started burning, and I peeled off my clothes, got in the shower, and I didn't know if it was going like how long this would be. I'm like, oh man, this is screwed. I don't know if I don't know.
Itching like crazy.
I'm going to be laid up for a while. I don't know what. Within 30 minutes, it started going down a little. I'm cleaning it with like alcohol. I took a shower, and within an hour, it was like a memory.
Oh, it sucks.
But that first 20 minutes or
No
so,
good.
I was like, oh my God, this sucks.
I tangled in poison ivy once. I didn't realize it.
Zero fun. But back, in Palatka, the big thing is you would dare each other to go up to the biggest stinging nettle and slap it. And then just see how many bumps you could get on your hand because we were dumb and bored.
What is stinging nettle? Where does it grow? Is it
just
like
in the yard? It looks like a weed.
Like a ground cover?
A picker bush.
Yeah, it looks
the
like a weed.
picker bush that you used to avoid when you'd see them in your yard in New Jersey that had the long leaves with the thorns poking off the sides.
See, I don't
They
remember.
look frosted. Like they look because they have these little nettles in them, these little thorns like Deb's talking about.
See, it didn't feel like it hurt. It felt like I was just carrying weeds. And so I didn't know if it was fire ants, but I didn't see one bug, one thing moving. It
It's
was
probably
something. It just had a reaction to my skin.
Yeah, it's
and then
probably a
I'm
nettle.
just like, oh, I could have been playing video games and
Because
not done any of this.
What's interesting is the stinging nettle doesn't even look like how I expected. It looks pretty innuous.
Yeah, it's like a little bush, bushy weed.
But then you touch it and
it's not.
you
It can be
light
bad.
the F up.
Yeah, bad news. Peed on a lot of feet as a kid because of those things.
Did you really? I thought you were just saying that to.
No,
you know,
I never wore shoes as a kid. We were barefoot, like 24 hours a day. We were barefoot. I mean, I would walk through like sand spur patches barefoot because the bottom of my feet were so tough. I didn't even feel it anymore. I'm not kidding. Like calluses across my foot like a caveman. We just never wore shoes.
Those little spurs, though, those are the worst. You get that in your foot, then you got. First of all, you have to stop immediately.
Oh, yeah.
You pick it out, but the tip always breaks off, and then it's like the worst splinter.
It is the worst. Man. So bad. Well, it's so funny. We hear about
life is hard.
We hear about sports washing with Live Golf, right? I mean, but it looks like esports is getting that as well. Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, they're hosting the 2024 esports World Championship 2024, the World Cup. And what are the questions I had? Because I have the money that's up for grabs. The total purses for the entire event. But it's a number of games. I was like, how do you do this? Like, is it one game and you get the best people from around the world at one game or 2 or 3 games? But it's a lot of games. Like, it's a lot of them. Like, have you ever heard of Apex Legends?
No.
Apex Legends used to be a brand that my wife's company had. And I know it's popular, but that's up there. Counter-Strike 2, Jack, have you heard of that one?
That I've heard of, yeah.
Call of Duty, that's one of the most legendary of all time, right?
That's big.
Yeah, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, that's part of it as well. Call of Duty Warzone. What is Dota, Jack? D-O-T-A. Have you heard of that one?
No.
Yeah. I don't know what that is either. Let's see. Fortnite is up there. Of course, everybody knows about Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Dota. It's like this cartoon game.
Is it really? How much do you think the total prize pool is for the Esports 2024 World Cup? Free Fire is one of these games. Honor of Kings.
Jack, you go first.
Okay, I'm going to go $100 million.
I'm going to go 150.
Should have gone the other way. $60 million.
Damn. Good job, Jack.
60
for video games.
60 million. I told you so dollars going out to every dad who bitched at somebody who was playing a game so online.
What are you going to have a career doing that?
60 million. I told you so dollars right in your dad's face. Right in your dad's face. The funny thing is my son plays RuneScape. He's playing another game now, I think Elden Ring.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's big.
But he played RuneScape for a while, which is a real popular game, and he built up this character and did really well. And at one point, my son, I think, was like the 550th best RuneScape player in the world.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe in the U.S., maybe, whatever. I know he played with people all over the world. He was good at it. I think he still plays occasionally. Let's see, one of these Overwatch 2, Jack, that's in there. Are you familiar with that one?
I've heard of these. I don't.
How about Ren Sport? That's a racing game. It's the only simulating racing game in the entire event.
See, when it comes to gaming, like Ross would do, he would play a bunch of different games, play them a lot, or just move through them fast and move on. I tend to find one where I really like those open world where you can kind of sink in it for a while.
Right.
Like I just said, I just spent almost a year playing Starfield.
Not to mention all the time it took him to find blueberries in Red Dead.
And that's another
and
one.
Fishing.
That's another game because I get into these games for a while and then I'll break out of it and I don't just immediately look for the next game to play. It's it has to kind of capture my attention and interest like that. And a lot of them, I'm not the fun and gunner. I don't have that hand-eye coordination that I ever had, really.
Yeah.
I've never had it. But I like the story.
Hey, let me. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that, though. I mean, to each his own.
Yeah.
So let me ask you: in your mid-50s, right? So is it common for people in their mid-50s to game like this? I mean, So if you were 45 and you were gaming, I could see that as as a kind of a holdover from when this level of game started coming out, and I could see that because I still watch skateboarding videos. And I can't ride a skateboard right now, and I haven't ridden one in years, decades. I haven't ridden a skateboard, but I still like the videos.
Would you still be willing to try?
Oh, I'd love to. I mean, I got to tell you, of all the things I wish I could still do, I wish I could still skateboard. But with that said, I still watch those videos. And my point is this. So is there a point that you ever think that maybe you will you can't grow out of it? There is no growing out of video games anymore. I mean, because it's not even meant for kids anymore.
Yeah, and
I mean, it is, but
I was surprised. I know someone in their upper 60s who's a gamer, and he used to work with us, and I was like, really?
Yeah.
But
I got to tell you, at this point, it doesn't even, like back in the day when video games first came around in the late 70s and early 80s, the arcade games, all we heard from our parents is you're wasting your time and money, which was 100% true. It was a waste of time and a waste of money. When you look at it logically, you don't understand the fun that you get out of it. If you don't understand that. And I just wonder if that's gone now. Like, I don't even think most people would look at you at 57 or 8 years old and think that, hey, that guy games at 57. What a weirdo. I don't think that's even possible anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely more accepted and commonplace that, I play games. My daughter's probably playing a game right now. Both of them, or two of them are avid gamers.
And that's another thing that's kind of happened. I mean, gaming primarily for the longest time was a straight up male thing, but now again, the new games have drawn in young females that play, and they're good.
And it's turned into a streaming revenue stream where you game. Your game is on the screen, and people watch you play. I remember the first time I saw that, and I think it was Twitch on. I think it was Twitch.
That Dr. Disrespect guy.
But just it's like, wait a second, people are actually going to watch other people play games. Ridiculous. And then I realized, well, when our friends, when we had the Ataris and the Intellivisions growing up, if you had a group of your friends over, only two were playing at the time. Everyone else was watching.
Look, dude, at the arcade, if somebody was good at, I was pretty good at Donkey Kong. I mean, I would look around. There'd be like 6, 7, 8, 10 people gathered around because I could make it pretty high in Donkey Kong. I could, 150,000+, so people wanted to see how you do it.
See the texting service?
No.
53-year-olds play Call of Duty with their buddies every weekend. 52, they game every day on a PS5. Yeah. 57 loves video games.
Yeah, there's no stigma around that anymore.
57-year-old woman kicking ass in video games.
Yeah, there's no stigma anymore.
Yeah.
No.
I think I could go out and buy a unit today and start playing and tell people that. I would probably have more in common with people by gaming than I do by not gaming.
I think that's true.
I think I'm the odds out now.
Early 70s playing Starfield.
Yeah. I mean, but it really, to be honest with you, like you said, though, it's entertainment that can have a story, and it actually keeps your mind sharp. It's better than you sitting there and watching episode after episode after episode of some mindless television show.
It's interactive in that regard. Sometimes it's puzzles, and there are different levels of games. There are combat games, or where it's a lot of fast action. I like those more those character games where you're kind of immersed in a story, and I want what I call an open world environment where, okay, I can do the main mission. No, I can go do this. And you get to choose. And the first experience I had that was Grand Theft Auto 3, where it was, we're driving around and, you can, you can, rob this hooker or you can rob this bank, There's plenty of things to rob.
Why would you rob a bank if a hooker's available?
Life lessons, guys. Life lessons.
Usually you do one, then the other. But,
choices to make. They're so difficult.
But
many choices, Deb, so little time.
Yeah.
It wasn't linear where it had to be point A to point B to point C to progress. You could, let's go do this a while. And
my first game was side quests.
Yeah.
Yours was?
No, I was going to say
that game for me. It was for Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, Ross used to say the greatest Twitch feed of all time would be people watching me trying to learn how to play one of these new video games. It said you would get 1 million watchers just trying to figure out the controller.
Yeah.
And you're right, I would not be able to do it, and I would get so frustrated and become overwhelmed pretty quickly, I'm sure.
Something would be thrown.
It's real interesting. The texting service, Rural Mobile 77031, the age of the gamers who are listening.
Yeah, it's insane. I'm looking over 39, 56, 52 years old.
80
years old. Good Lord, 54. Wow, what a mix. That's insane, man. I really didn't think it would be like that. I mean, I would think still the gaming, the thickness of the gaming audience would be what, from 15 to maybe 25 or 30?
And at one time it was. But as that generation grows, I mean, we grew up with games.
Yeah.
All that. And the gaming they've gotten better, more complex.
And more accessible.
Yes.
That's the thing is like gaming now, but back in the day, you used to have to get in your car, drive to the mall, go to an arcade. You had to have some money, roll quarters or something. You would scavenge those from wherever, sell bottles, whatever it took.
And now it's streaming, right?
Right, yeah, now it's in your house.
You just get on, you connect, and you can actually download the game, buy it that way. And I'm still old school where I like to actually have the disc because I feel there's a sense of ownership there. And also, then I can resell it.
I didn't think you could do that.
With if you have the game, you can.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But if you're streaming it, then it's it's on your device.
I thought that once you got the game and you either registered the game in your name, that was pretty much it. You couldn't do it. The disc would know that game is registered and other players would not recognize it. Is that not accurate?
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
407-916.
I just know
41.
That's GameStop is still in business, and basically they buy back games and they sell new ones.
Exactly. Yeah. My son used to go up there with stacks of games and try to get stuff for his, to buy other games or whatever.
12 games to get one.
Code Black plays all the time.
Does he?
Code Black plays with his son. His son lives in Denver, and his sons and Code Black get on at a time of the night where they can all do it, and they game until the middle of the night all together as a team.
That's very cool.
It is very cool.
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Money is your 6 o'clock key. We're going to get about 15 minutes or so to get over to realradio.fm and send that out for your chance at $1,000. We'll take a little break, get back here in a second, get out of here on a Tuesday.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
What's going on in Central Florida? Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. We've got more storms on the way for Wednesday. Then after that, rain chances will actually go down a little bit. Only about 40% Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which is below average for the time of year. I think the majority of the storms will be on the west coast of Florida. Once we get into next week, rain chances rise again. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of next week, back to 60%. But the temperature is not moving anywhere in the mid-90s for the next week.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Maitland Emergency. HCA Florida Maitland Emergency, located just south of Maitland Boulevard on Forest City Road, is now open 24/7. Visit HCAFloridaHealthcare.com to learn more. This emergency department is part of Oviedo Medical Center. This is not an urgent care center. Its services are billed at hospital rates.
Guys, listen up. You have plans to sell your house for any reason. Take a little time. Slow down for a second. Just learn about the guys over at the Nickley Group. These guys are looking at real estate in a totally different way. Stress-free, innovative real estate solutions for home sellers and home buyers. And don't believe the news that the market is softening. Don't let that affect your decision to sell your house. Houses in Orlando are selling for record prices still. So if you're considering selling your home for any reason, maybe you're downsizing, relocating, maybe you need a bigger home. That'll happen as well. Contact the Nickley Group. These guys have so many contacts, so many listings. And not only does the Nickley Group sell homes on average for 6% more, they sell them twice as fast as well. More cash in your pocket faster. You can't lose. Here's what you can do online at their website. You can get your home valued instantly. You can actually get a guaranteed cash offer or list your home today. Do that at thenickley.com. Google them. Over 3,000 five-star reviews. So if you're looking for that next level real estate experience, and guys, that includes some stuff like mortgage services, moving assistance, elite marketing. These guys have everything you need. It is simple. It's thenickley.com. That's NICKLEY group.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Brought to you by your local Ford dealers. Visit your local participating Ford dealers to get your $10 off tickets coupon. Coming to Kia Center August 3rd and 4th. You have to see it live, so don't miss it. Lock in your seats today at monsterjam.com.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product and don't know what to do next? Inventors. InventHelp can help you get started with your idea. Call 1-800-INVENTION or go to inventhelp.com to get your free inventors information. They can help you try to patent your idea and submit it to companies. Get started with your idea today at inventhelp.com. InventHelp is the leading invention service company. With offices nationwide, they've been helping inventors since 1984. Inventors received more than 10,000 patents through their patent referral services. Don't wait to get started with your idea. For free information, contact your friends at InventHelp. Go to inventhelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. That's inventhelp.com or call 1-800-INVENTION. They help everyday inventors just like you. Additional services include invention websites, prototype models, technical drawings, and more. They keep your idea confidential and explain every step of their invention services. Remember, that's inventhelp.com. inventhelp.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336 or biglou.com.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando.
With 3 generations and over 45 years of Florida experience, Handyman Roofing knows storms and hurricanes. We know how to evaluate storm-damaged roofs and not cause more damage. Handyman Roofing has the expertise to get your roof done. Plus, easy financing in case your insurance company is dragging its feet. With multiple emergency response teams ready, Handyman Roofing will be by your side now when you need it the most.
Knows how to get things done. Count on Handyman Roofing to get it done. Handyman Roofing to get it done.
Look ahead with the team at TK Law to plan your family's future. Visit onefirmforlife.com.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. This is why YouTube was created at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
You guys are talking about silver gamers or elderly gamers. There is a older gentleman who plays one of the warfare games, and he plays a sniper, and he has muscle memory for it, that he is actually a fairly decent player. Just thought I'd let you guys know about that. And he streams, so you might want to check that out too.
If I remember right, I've seen a clip of that guy, and he's playing with the old war games, and he's sniping Germans in towers and laughing his ass off. Laughing about it, like when he makes that shot and he gets that pink spray and he just starts laughing. It's kind of funny. I don't know if it's the same guy.
Our former sales manager loved a sniper game.
Really?
Yeah. He turned me on to it. I haven't.
Mark?
Yeah.
Really? Boy, that is the last guy in a million years. Old sailboat Mark?
Yes. And that's why it kind of gave me hope.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
We have a couple phone calls to wrap up before we get out of here today. Let's talk to Andrea. Andrea, how you doing?
Yes, I am doing fine. And I just want you to know I'm 64. But Dark Souls is some of the best games because when you die in Dark Souls, you really die in Dark Souls and you get to.
Oh, did you just died?
I think she died in Dark Souls.
That was creepy.
Did her Dark Soul just take
creepy.
her? You there?
Dark Souls is the best game.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. I said
Okay.
we could have lost you there. Way to end it up. That was a little scary there.
Very scary.
That was pretty funny.
That's why, you know what the funny thing is? You know when I think about this? What if video games wind up being the connection between, like,
they are
kids and their grandparents and their parents? Like, that becomes the thing instead of, like, going out and playing catch or going to the ball game or those old things that you used to hear about, you know, parents doing with their kids. And now with streaming, if you don't live next to your grandma and grandpa, or maybe you don't live next to your mom and dad, you can have some quality time with them by playing video games together. How insane would that be?
That is crazy.
I mean, that would be crazy. I mean, that's what Code Black does. He stays in touch with his son in Denver by playing video games.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them, and it's one of the reasons they're able to kind of have conversations in real time, and it's just great.
And that's it. And sometimes maybe it's stereotypical. I think it's a guy thing, but when you're gaming, and then also you have that line of communication, you're talking back and forth.
Right.
It's kind of, it's like maybe that's how a lot of guys do communicate, over something else, whether it's they're playing golf or they're doing an activity, and then that conversation just naturally happens. And I think for some guys, they find it easier to have deeper conversations that way.
I have no problem with that at all. Actually, when my son started playing golf and we were out there, doing our thing, this is a while back when he was a teenager, and now we're playing it again now, I would use the game to teach him life lessons. I'd be like, hey, we're doing this. If we make a mistake and nobody sees us, we still tell everybody, hey, look, I got to call a penalty on myself because that's the integrity of the game. You really have to self-police. And in golf, you get that a lot. So, I love the fact that this could be a connection between, grandparents and their kids or their grandkids that they don't get to see very often, and they feel, that maybe they're ignored, which we know a lot of grandparents feel that.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's that weird generation gap where they don't feel like they have anything in common. Man, if my grandmother called me back up in the day and said, hop online, we're about to do some damage in World of Warcraft, I would laugh my ass off. I think that'd be the greatest thing ever.
And then ask how.
Hey, Big T, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the program.
Doing absolutely great, Jimmy. And so I was just recently, my carpenter itch inside me has just been itching. And I can't get the radio. I just recently put my production on my.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, sorry, Big T. Connection was all bad.
Oh, buddy, I'm so
man.
sorry. What was he calling about?
Okay, so he wanted to know what our favorite animals were. He's getting into woodworking, and I think
cool.
he's going to carve animals.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he asked us what our favorite animals are.
Mine's easy. I've said it 1,000 times, and it does not change.
Possum.
Hedgehog.
God, you guys were the worst.
Squirrel.
You guys were the worst.
Raccoon.
You guys
Raccoon.
are the worst. Owls. I love owls. I think owls are very cool. What is yours?
I get owls first.
No, you don't.
You get the raccoon.
No.
Yeah, you do.
No, coon woman, that's you.
He does. Come on. He does like owls.
He does.
We
All right,
know.
fine.
What is yours? Hurry.
Well, I don't know. Beluga whale.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
Good luck, Big T.
Hey.
Get a lot of wood.
I was going to say.
Not even. It could be a little one, little replica. It's
yeah.
going to be easier than an owl with all those feathers.
Yeah.
And those big eyes.
What about you?
A liger.
You like ligers, do you?
No, a dragon.
Ooh.
All right,
Give me a dragon, Big T.
Let's do you heard it here first.
It's time for You Heard It Here First on The Jim Colbert Show.
All right, Governor DeSantis joined Education Commissioner Manny Diaz Jr. in Orlando today to announce the 5 finalists for Teacher of the Year, which will be announced on Thursday. The governor also talked about policies the state has enacted to improve the quality of learning for students, including banning cell phones in the classroom.
The cell phones in the classroom. We felt that that's something that's not productive, and it's hard to teach when nobody's paying attention because they're worried about texting.
Or gaming. The finalists for Teacher of the Year are Samantha Nelson of Florida State University School, Jennifer Brown from Marion County, Jamie Suarez of Hernando County, Dr. Clayton Nyland of Hillsborough County, and Heather Stewart of Walton County.
Yeah.
Speaking of other things to deal with students, the Florida Board of Education is expected to vote on whether high school student athletes could financially benefit from endorsement deals this week. Officials are scheduled to take up a name, image, and likeness rule change that was approved by the State High School Athletic Association last month. Under the measure, student athletes and their caregivers would be able to negotiate NIL contracts independent of their schools.
Wow.
They could also hire a registered agent to help with the process.
Whole new world.
The State Board of Education is set to consider the proposal while meeting in Orlando tomorrow. And then finally, speaking of high school kids and kids really of any age, who doesn't like McDonald's French fries?
Yeah, man, they're good.
Well, the good news is they're going to extend their $5 value meal in most markets.
Yeah, you just don't get them at the drive-thru.
Company officials announced the move in a memo to its U.S. business unit saying the deal is helping to boost sales. So according to CNBC, the fast food giant plans to extend the promotion through August at most locations. And if you haven't heard about it, the offer includes a McChicken or McDouble, 4-piece chicken McNuggets, fries, and a drink for $5.
$5.
And you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thanks, Deb. Appreciate that very much. Just real quick, I want to read this text before we get over to our thank yous. It says here, your topic's so interesting about gaming. I'm a 57-year-old female that works in the healthcare field. I had no idea that so many people over the age of 40 games because my circle of friends don't. That's what I like about the show, always learning about something new. I think that's kind of cool as well.
Yeah.
All right, Deb, who do we have to thank today?
Well, we want to thank personal injury attorney Glenn Klausman of Klausman Law for bringing us What'd You Do? That's new every Tuesday. Find the master list at JimColbertLive.com, where you can also find this segment with Scott Brown with Edgewater Family Wealth. And last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube
Yeah,
chat.
guys, thanks as always. We appreciate that greatly. Jack, we have a question of the day today?
Yeah, it is, do you ever or did you ever date someone that your friends hated?
Oh, okay. God, you know what? I think it's a relatively high number. I think at one point, somebody in somebody's life, they dated somebody that their friends didn't care for. So I'll say 68% say yes.
I'm going to tell you 47% admit that they know that they dated someone that their friends hated. 47% say yes.
That's cool. Okay, very good. All right, coming up tomorrow, Scott Maxwell, Animal House. Who's in for Animal House?
Daryl Payne. It's time to ask questions about your puppy or dog's behavior.
That's right. We'll have 2 segments with Daryl tomorrow. Of course, we'll talk about Scott. Talk to Scott. There's a lot to talk to Scott about. A lot of politics to talk to Scott about.
Are you going to fit it in one call?
Yeah. Plus, Well, you do your calls, texts, and talkbacks, and we'll have 4 more opportunities for you to win $1,000. On behalf of Deb and Jack, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters in the Morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Tuesday evening.
Bye. Be safe.
I don't think so. A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
Heavy traffic continues this afternoon on I-4 for those traveling in the Orlando area this afternoon. Things remain heavy through downtown and by the major attractions exits. Still seeing southbound delays on the turnpike near the I-4 exit as well. If you happen to see any other traffic problems in the Orlando area this afternoon, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center,